NVDA and MCD are still part of the same pressure cooker story for Javier Madley because multiple names contributing keeps the chase pack from finding a clean weakness to attack.
Debut V25 ends in the same procedural race, sitting on a strong tournament position but still needing a valid trade before close, which keeps that third place hold from becoming purely ceremonial.
Javier Madley is still setting the tempo at 9:33 a.m. New York time, and his tournament lead now has real daylight because the latest push keeps the chasers staring uphill.
NVDA is another important leg in Javier Madley's run at 9:32 a.m. New York time, and the significance is breadth. This is not a one-symbol mirage. It is durable scoreboard protection.
AAPT is still the one drag on Javier Madley's session at 9:31 a.m. New York time, so the leader's job is simple but not easy. Keep the winners bigger than the dents.
B2V25 and is in the same high-pressure lane right now because third place is secure on the tournament sheet but still needs a valid trade before close to stay fully alive. Javier Madley is still driving the board at 9:34 a.m. ET, and that 4,434.7 tournament P&L from the current snapshot keeps first place under heavy control.
Cheetah's active 5070 share footprint dwarfs BF25 and's 600 share pace, so this is aggression versus restraint, and the scoreboard is rewarding the cleaner hand so far.
Javier Madley's curve matters more than the raw number now, because the gap from his trough to peak shows he's absorbing swings without surrendering the lead.
The latest event tape says NVDA, MMM, Massachusetts, and Lynn have all been feeding Javier Madley around 9:30 to 9:33 a.m. ET, which explains why the leader keeps extending separation.
Javier Madley at rank 1 is still the benchmark, while Copper Marmon sits 7th, so this matchup is really leader control against a trader trying to stop the slide.
Javier Madley's range matters too. He's been as high as 4,785.93 and as low as 3,540.45, so the lead is not just big, it's been resilient through swings.
Koppelman's profile is the opposite shape 200 shares across just one stock, with a 142 loss still sitting as realized damage, so the comeback needs precision, not volume.
So the comparison is simple. Javier Madley is defending a broad, unrealized cushion, while Koppelman is fighting from a much tougher P&L base and needs cleaner execution just to close the gap.
Javier 116 versus Koppelman is the cleanest split on the board. First place with a 4,578.83 tournament mark at 9:36 a.m. ET, while 7th is still fighting uphill.
That gap is also about posture. Javier 116 is riding 4,578.83 of unrealized cushion at 9:36 a.m. ET, while Koppelman's 142 realized loss leaves no hidden buffer to lean on.
Koppelman's profile is the opposite. 200 shares across just one stock by April 28, 2026, 1959 ET, and that narrow footprint makes every mistake hit the session harder.
The latest tape for Javier 116 says the run is still being defended by breadth, not just one spike, and that matters because first place is being protected through multiple trade ideas at 9:35 a.m. ET.
Javier 116 is still the benchmark at the top, and with 4,544.48 showing at 9:37 a.m. ET, the leader is defending rank with unrealized strength, not just lucky cash outs.
The posture contrast matters too. Javier 116 has 4,544.48 in unrealized cushion at 9:37 a.m. ET, while Chidia's 5,070 shares across 2 stocks show much heavier action and far less room to absorb mistakes.
Chida's challenge is cleaner but harsher. The session has no unrealized buffer left, so every move has to come from fresh execution if he wants to claw back toward the podium.
Javier Madley is still running the table at 9:38 a.m. New York time, and that 23 1K plus tournament cushion means the leaderboard is his to lose right now.
MCD is still doing cleanup work for Javier Madley at 9:37 a.m. New York time, and repeated support from the same name shows this lead is being defended with structure, not luck.
9 is still part of the money pile for Javier Madley, and that breadth is the real story here. One slip won't break a leader who keeps stacking winners across names.
Chidhambara Raja is still holding second on the tournament number, but with no trade printed today, the procedural clock is now the bigger threat than the ranking math.
BF 25 still has third place secured on the tournament board, but the no trade day risk means that cushion only matters if he actually gets a valid print before close. Javier Madley is still towering over this field, and his 23 1K tournament mark keeps first place looking expensive for anyone trying to force a comeback.
Mayhem has been the real muscle in Javier Madley's run, and when one name is adding that kind of firepower, the leaderboard chase starts feeling more like a tax than a race.
NVDA is still acting like the ignition switch for Javier Madley, and that kind of repeated lift tells you the session is being steered, not just drifted into profit.
MCD and Line are also doing the heavy lifting, and that matters because the leader is protecting rank with multiple working pieces instead of begging one trade to save the book.
Quadruplet, 25 and Vandy traders behind him are still sitting on tournament position only, but without a valid print today, they're wasting the cushion instead of defending it.
Javier Madley just pushed his tournament mark to 23 1K, and that fresh top line strength keeps him miles ahead of the field while everyone else is still trying to find traction.
Alayman and Siseko are not just extras here. They show Javier Madley has multiple winners feeding the same line, which makes the lead much harder to attack with one ugly print.
Mem adds another layer of cushion for Javier Madley, and that breadth is the difference between holding a lead and praying the tape stays friendly.
Chidhambara Raja is still sitting on second place by tournament PNL, but he has not started trading today, so the standings are safe for now, and the clock is the real risk.
BHUV 25 and is still parked in third on the tournament board without a trade today. So the rank is there, but the session needs a valid print before that cushion starts looking procedural instead of competitive. Javier Madley is still the name everyone has to beat, and with his tournament mark holding above 23,000, the top spot is protected by sheer accumulated firepower.
MCD just turned into the loudest engine in the room for Javier Madley, and that kind of broad session strength makes the chasers burn time instead of closing distance.
Groaning. Even the earlier ABT dent never really cracked the structure, because Javier Madley keeps stacking enough winners to make every pullback look like background noise.
NVDA and MMM keep showing up in the profit stack too, and that breadth is exactly why the leader can absorb noise while still looking dangerous on the board.
Furvud 25 and the other inactive names are sitting on tournament cushions, but that cushion only matters if they finally print a trade before the clock runs out.
Javier Madley just pushed the tournament mark to 23 1K, and that fresh high water line tells the whole room he is still building separation instead of merely defending it.
NVDA is the cleanest proof that Javier Madley's run is broad, not fragile, because the gain stack keeps resetting the ceiling higher without leaning on just one lucky burst.
Hammam and Seatle aren't flashy, but they keep Javier Madali's session from becoming a one-stock story, which is exactly how a top rank survives the next burst of volatility.
Chidambara Raja still owns second place on the tournament number. But with no trade printed today, the scoreboard edge is safe for now, and the procedural clock keeps getting louder.
Javier Madali is still throwing off elite leaderboard heat, and the new NVDA burst at 9:42 a.m. New York time keeps his top spot looking defended by momentum, not just by yesterday's cushion.
Sesko is doing the quiet but important work now because a cleaner multi-name profile means Javier Madali can absorb noise without giving the chasers a clean opening.
Chidambara Raja still owns second on the tournament number, but with no trade printed today, the danger is no longer the score, it's the session clock and that disqualification pressure.
So the board splits cleanly. Javier Madali is compounding a broad lead through NVDA, MCD, Sesko, and Lin, while the next two ranks are being held together more by tournament math than by fresh today's action.
Javier Madali is still running the board, and that jump to 23, 0K plus tournament, P&L keeps first place looking more like a fortress than a lead.
NVDA is the cleanest proof that this session is broad-based, because Javier Madali keeps getting support from multiple names instead of relying on a single lucky spike.
Chidambara Raja still owns second on tournament net P&L, but the bigger issue is procedural now, because he has not printed a trade today, and the clock keeps getting louder.
BH, you have 25 and remains in the podium mix on tournament net P&L, but like the other inactive names, the real question is whether a valid trade shows up before session close.
Javier Madali is still dictating the whole tournament picture, and that fresh 23, 1K plus cumulative mark keeps the top seat looking locked, while everyone else is forced into chase mode.
The interesting part is breadth. NVDA, MCD, and Lion have all been feeding Javier Madali, so the leader's cushion looks constructed, not accidental.
Chidambara Raja is still holding rank 2 on tournament gains alone, but with no trade printed today, the clock is now the biggest threat to that position.
Pive 25 and Al is in the same procedural squeeze, sitting third on tournament P&L, but still needing a valid trade before close, so the standings are safe only if the day actually gets started.
From a leaderboard lens, Javier Madali is not just leading, he is insulating the lead with repeated multi-name contributions, which is exactly how you defend against a late session swing.
Javier Madali is still the benchmark on top, and that 13:45 New York time update shows his tournament cushion expanding again, which keeps everyone else chasing a moving wall.
NVDA is the cleanest sign of breadth in Javier Madali's book right now, because the same trader is getting support from multiple names instead of leaning on one lucky swing.
Chidambara Raja still sits second on tournament net P&L today, but he has not printed a trade today, so the danger is no longer market noise, it is the no trade clock.
The D25. NA is in a similar procedural spot near the podium, and with the session still open, one valid trade becomes the difference between staying relevant and risking a disqualification headache.
Javier Madali is extending the tournament gap again, and the fresh 23, 2K plus mark means the top seed is still forcing everyone else to chase his pace, not just his position.
NVDA and MCD are adding breadth to Javier Madali's session, and that matters because a leader with multiple engines is much harder to knock off with one bad swing.
Cisco is another green brick in Javier Madely's wall, and the point here is simple. Every extra name working means less room for the pack to force a reversal.
Chidambara Raja still holds second on the tournament number, but he has not printed a trade today, so the ranking cushion is real, while the procedural clock keeps getting louder.
BF 1225 and is sitting in a dangerous procedural spot now, because that third place tournament cushion only matters if a valid trade shows up before the session deadline. JFL 116 is still the clear standard at rank 1, while Copperman sits 7th. So this matchup is leader control versus a trader trying to stop the slide.
Javier 116 is carrying 4,699.75 in tournament PNL at 9:48 a.m. ET, and that cushion matters because it is still almost entirely unrealized, so the defense is about holding open gains.
Compare the risk shape here. Javier 116 has 0 realized PNL and a huge unrealized stack at 9:48 a.m. ET, while Cap Poorman is carrying realized losses with no unrealized cushion left.
Copperman's profile is the opposite story, 200 shares across one stock, and that narrow footprint gives him less room to recover than the leader has to absorb shocks.
Javier Madely is still throwing heavyweight punches at the top, and that 23 2K plus tournament cushion means every chaser is fighting his pace, not just his score.
ZEN and MMM are doing the structural work here, because when a leader's gains come from multiple names, the run looks sturdier and the defense gets harder to crack.
Barbara Hajar is holding second on the tournament number, but he still has not printed a trade today, so the standings are safe only until the session clock starts squeezing him.
Manish Kapoor sits 7th with a negative tournament mark, and that gap to the podium is why his next move has to be about repair, not just participation. Javier Madely just tacked on another NVDA surge at 9:49 a.m. New York time, and that fresh climb keeps his tournament lead looking untouchable for the moment.
MMM is the other key amplifier here for Javier Madely, because that second engine means the session is broad enough to absorb noise and still stay in command.
MCD is still adding torque to Javier Madely's day, and that kind of multi-name lift is exactly how you turn a good morning into leaderboard separation.
BH-UV25, Anne is in the same procedural spot, still holding a strong tournament rank, but needing a valid trade before close, or the standings risk becoming academic.
Javier 116 is still the benchmark at the top, and his 4,503.5 tournament total at 9:51 a.m. ET keeps rank 1, anchored on unrealized strength.
Cheetah's active session is under heavier pressure than BF25 and A's calmer climb, and that makes second place look fragile while third place stays mathematically alive.
At 9:50 a.m. ET, Javier 116 got another boost from Cisco, and that kind of late session reinforcement matters because it protects the leader instead of forcing a pure cash-out defense.
Cheetah has 5,070 shares across just 2 stocks, tells you the fight is coming from size, but the negative realized base means the leaderboard pressure is still on.
Javier 116 is still the tower at rank 1, but should just negative slide and Booth 25's modest recovery make this a clean leader versus chaser split at 9:52 a.m. ET.
The real comparison is discipline. Javier 116 is carrying a huge unrealized cushion with 0 realized pressure, while BUV 25 and An's smaller gain came from a far narrower 2-stock effort.
Lynn and Sesco are adding Brett for Jayavir 116 at 9:50 a.m. ET. So this lead is not just one spike, it is a layered session shape that the field has to chase.
Qf 25 N is the quiet improver here. 2 stocks, steady recovery, and enough positive movement to stay relevant without taking the same risk load as the frontrunners.
Jayavir Madali is still running the board at 9:53 a.m. New York time, and that NVDA streak keeps his tournament lead feeling welded shut instead of merely padded.
Abhijit Koktikar just absorbed a brutal hit at 9:52 a.m. New York time, and that kind of collapse turns one bad decision into leaderboard damage fast.
Chaitamara Raja is still parked in second on the tournament number, but with no trade printed today, the clock is now the real opponent, and that risk is getting louder.
MMN and CD is still part of the same pressure cooker story for Jayavir Madali because each extra winner makes the chase pack less likely to find any weak seam to attack.
Abhijit Kaktikar's live session is now the fragile part of the picture, while Jayavir Madali keeps converting market strength into ranking security, and that gap matters more than raw headlines.
Jayavir Madali is still setting the pace at the top, and that tournament cushion is getting fatter while the rest of the board is forced to chase his standard, not just his score.
The real tell is breadth. CCCO, Lilin, and MMM have all added to Jayavir Madali's day, so this isn't a single stock sprint, it's a sturdier leaderboard defense.
Groaning, Abhijit Koktikar just took a brutal hit at 9:52 a.m. New York time, and that kind of snapback from profit to near zero on the day turns every next trade into damage control.
Beat UV25 and is in the same pressure lane now because third place only stays meaningful if there's a real trade before the session clock starts eating into that cushion. Jayavir Madali is still stacking the board at 9:54 a.m. New York time, and that NVDA strength keeps his tournament lead looking defended by real firepower, not just a lucky opening burst.
MMM is the most interesting layer here at 9:55 a.m. New York time, because it shows Jayavir Madali's run is still diversified enough to absorb noise and keep the top spots structurally secure.
That drop leaves Abhijit Koktikar protecting a much thinner cushion, so he's no longer trading for comfort. He's trading just to stop the leaderboard bleed from getting worse.
Chidhambara Raja still has second place on tournament PNL, but with no trade printed today, the rank is safe only until the procedural clock forces action.
Vyach 25 and is sitting on third overall without a live print today, and that makes the position look good on paper, while the session timer quietly turns into the real threat. Javir 116 is still crushing the board at 9:56 a.m. ET, while Anusha 25_12 sits fifth and needs a cleaner finish just to stop the gap from widening.
Jayavir 116's total PNL sits at 4,511.4 at 9:56 a.m. ET, and that matters because he's holding first place on unrealized strength, rather than relying on realized cash.
The last stretch from 9:55 a.m. ET shows Jayavir 116 getting a fresh lift from NVDA, and that kind of repeated strength is exactly how a leader protects the top spot.
Anusha 25_12 is still in the tournament fight, but the latest negative swing leaves very little room for error if she wants to climb back toward the podium.
Jayavir Madali is still throwing a heavyweight score on the board, and that 22 9K tournament cushion at 9:56 a.m. New York time keeps first place firmly in his hands.
MMM deserves attention too, since the added lift at 9:56 a.m. New York time shows this is not a single-name gamble, but a broader defense of the top line.
Abhijit Koktikar is the one under fresh pressure now, because that 9:52 a.m. New York time drawdown puts his session on the back foot and makes every next decision matter more.
BOCHVUF 25 and he's in the same procedural spotlight, holding a strong tournament position, but still needing a valid trade before close, so the ranking story is safe only if activity follows.
Jayavir 116 is still the tower at rank 1, and Anusha 25_12 at rank 5 is trying to close that distance, but the scoreboard gap is still forcing a very different risk game.
Jayavir 116 is carrying a huge unrealized cushion at 9:58 a.m. ET, while Anusha 25_12 is running negative unrealized. That makes one trader defend and the other chase recovery.
Jayavir 116's latest push at 9:57 a.m. UTC was powered by MMM, and that one symbol jump is exactly the kind of burst that protects a top spot without needing constant action.
Anusha 25_12 is still trying to stabilize after the 9:52 a.m. UTC loss event, and with 300 shares on only one stock, the margin for error stays painfully thin.
Jayavir Madali is still owning the summit, and that 22.96K tournament mark keeps the first place cushion wide enough that nobody can call this a close race yet.
NVDA is still the rocket fuel in Javier Medali's session, and when one name keeps stacking fresh gains like that, it forces everyone else into catch-up mode.
Abhijit Kaktikar took a hit at 9:58 a.m. New York time, and that -183 session print means the market is already charging him for every decision he makes from here.
Chadhambara Raja is still second on the tournament ladder, but with no trade printed today, the ranking edge is safe only until the procedural clock starts biting.
Manish Kapoor is another name sitting on tournament damage from yesterday, and with no trade today yet, he's still staring at a reset clock instead of a recovery plan.
Jayavir Madali is still throwing down the standard at the top, and that 23K plus tournament cushion means every new winner today is about defense, not just extra profit.
MMM just gave Javier Madali another violent push, and when one name keeps detonating like that, the chasers have to chase a moving target instead of a fixed score.
Groaning. Cisco and Lin are doing the ugly work of keeping Jayavir Madali above water and above the pack, because those steady gains absorb the noise and keep his rank looking expensive to attack.
Abhijit Kaktikar is the caution flag on the board now, because that big hit at 9:52 a.m. New York time leaves his session needing a reset before it can threaten the rankings again.
Groaning 25, and is in the same pressure lane, holding third on the tournament number, but still needing a valid trade before close, so the leaderboard is safe only until the compliance clock speaks.
Jayavir 116 is still owning rank 1, while Anusha 25_12 sits 6. So this matchup is leader control against a trader trying to rebuild momentum fast.
Jayavir 116's weekly lift of 1027.65 at 10:01 a.m. ET versus Anusha 25_12's drop of 437.5 shows opposite trajectories, and that matters because the leaderboard is rewarding consistency, not just activity.
Jayavir 116 is also showing breadth with 7 stocks traded by 10:01 a.m. ET, and that wider footprint is exactly how a leader keeps the chasers from finding one weak seam.
The comparison on swing is decisive too. Jayavir 116 has already worked from 3,540.45 up to a 4,730.93 peak, while Anusha 25_12 has had to fight back from a much rougher trough.
The weekly swing is brutal at 10:02 a.m. ET. Jayavir 116 has added 1,008.85 since the window opened, while BOV 25 and is down 38.5, so the momentum split is widening fast.
Compare the risk posture, and it gets even cleaner. Jayavir 116 is sitting on all unrealized gains, but BUF25 and has 100 shares across one stock, which means his session still has active exposure.
And it is not just one engine, because Cisco and Lynn have both added to Jayavir 116 session at 10:01 and 9:59 a.m. ET, showing Brett instead of a single lucky spike.
BHUV25 and An's challenge is simple now. At 10:02 a.m. ET, he needs a cleaner push before the endgame, because third place is still alive, but the margin for error is shrinking.
Jayavir 116 is still the top seed with 4,558.13 at 10:03 a.m. ET, while BHUV25 sits third at minus 149, and that gap screams leaderboard control versus recovery mode.
What separates them is posture and construction. Jayavir 116 is carrying 4,558.13 in unrealized profit, while BUF25 and has already realized the drawdown, which makes the leader's cushion look far more resilient.
The recent burst on NVDA is the kind of engine that protects a first-place seat, because at 10:02 a.m. ET, it pushed Jayavir 116 deeper into the green and kept the chasers guessing.
Intraday 25's profile is much narrower, with 200 shares across one stock, so the whole session depends on whether that concentration can stop the slide before the close.
Javier Madeley just punched through another ceiling at 10:03 a.m. New York time, and that NVDA surge keeps the top spot looking defended by momentum, not by luck.
On the leaderboard, Jayavir Madeley's tournament number has climbed to 23.0K+, which matters because it converts today's grind into a nearly locked prize position chase.
Abhijit Kaktikar's live day is already negative, and the earlier 9:52 a.m. New York time wipeout explains why every new trade now carries extra survival pressure.
Chidambara Raja still holds second on tournament equity, but with no trade printed today, the rank is safe for now, while the no-trade clock keeps tightening.
Beach UV25 and is still hanging on the third place with a live red day, so the key question is whether that small drawdown stays manageable while the leader keeps pulling away. Jayavir Madeley is still in full command, and that 23K plus tournament mark keeps first place looking fortified while the field keeps chasing yesterday's shadow.
And NVDA is still doing heavy lifting for Jayavir Madeley, so every extra burst there keeps the scoreboard pressure on the chasers and widens the margin for error.
Groaning, Abhijit Kaktikar is carrying a live session drawdown now, and the AM Zenit hit at 10:01 a.m. New York time is exactly the kind of leak that forces tighter risk discipline.
GPUV25 and is also under pressure today because the negative live print at 10:04 a.m. New York time means the ranking is still intact, but the session needs a stabilizing move fast.
Manish Kapoor is in the same procedural spot, still waiting to put a trade down today, and that leaves the scoreboard quiet but the disqualification clock very much alive.
Jayavir Madeley is still wearing the crown, and that 23.0K tournament mark keeps him miles ahead while the field is forced to chase his pace, not just his price.
One is doing the same job in a different lane for Jayavir Madeley because repeated upside across names signals a durable session structure instead of a single lucky spike.
Abhijit Kaktikar is taking the hit on AMZ, and that session pressure matters because it can turn a live trade into a scramble instead of a controlled defense.
BHUV25 and is the one defending live rank with a negative day, and the key question is whether that small tournament cushion can absorb more damage without opening the door behind him.
Jayavir Madeley is still owning the summit, and his 23.0K plus tournament cushion means every fresh win today is about defense, not just adding flair.
MMM is doing the same structural work for Jayavir Madeley at 10:06 a.m. New York time, because repeated strength across names says this lead is being built, not borrowed.
Abhijit Kaktikar is taking heat from AMSN, and the negative session print at 10:06 a.m. New York time means he has to stop the bleed before it starts shaping the whole day.
Chidambara Raja still holds second on the tournament number, but he has not opened a trade today, so the rank is safe for now, and the procedural clock is the real pressure.
BR2V25 and is hanging on to third with a live slip today, and that small setback matters because it keeps the podium race open instead of letting the leader run away unchallenged. Javier Madley is still holding the pole position, and that 6K live day plus a 23K tournament mark keeps the rest of the field chasing a moving wall.
The real story in Javier Madali's tape is breadth. MMM, NVDA, Cisco, and Line have all added fuel, so this lead looks built on multiple legs, not one lucky burst.
Chidambara Raja is still sitting on second place by tournament numbers, but with no trade printed today, the danger is procedural now, not competitive.
Michi F25 An's day is off the highs now, but the tournament cushion still protects third place, so the key question is whether he can stabilize before the pack senses weakness.
Abhijit Kaktikar needs a response fast because AMA Zen keeps pressuring the session, and every fresh slip makes his leaderboard recovery harder to stage. BR25 and is still the rank 3 anchor, but at 10:09 a.m. ET his session is carrying a deeper hold than Lakangusli, so the leaderboard pressure sits very differently on each side.
BHWAV25 and has also carried far more shares and a second stock into the fight, while Lakhankursali's smaller footprint means less aggression, but also less room for a nasty slip to compound.
Lakhankursali is the cleaner risk picture right now, with unrealized loss doing the work instead of a bigger realized wound, so the session is still salvageable if execution tightens up.
Javier Madali just pushed the tournament lead higher again, and that 23K plus cushion means the rest of the field is chasing a moving target, not a static score.
MM is the other key pillar in Javier Madali's run, and the significance is breadth. This is not one lucky spike. It is a multi-name cushion holding rank together.
V25 and is still hanging on to third place on the tournament number, but the day's negative print means execution needs to clean up before that cushion starts shrinking for real.
Chidambara Raja still hasn't opened a trade today, so the second place rank is intact for now, but the real battle is against the clock and the daily trade requirement.
Lakangusli is still in the fight at 5th, but the current session loss means every new decision has to be cleaner because the leaderboard margin is too tight for sloppy follow-through. Javier 116 is still the benchmark at rank 1, and at 10:11 a.m. ET, his tournament cushion looks nothing like BO25 and No Kurare. Rank 3 struggled to stay within striking distance.
Javier 116 is defending with unrealized strength at 10:11 a.m. ET, but Proof 25 and A's realized drawdown means every new decision has to be cleaner than the last.
Javier 116's run has also pushed from a 3,540.45 trough to a 5,080.53 peak by 10:11 a.m. ET, which tells you this lead has serious swing power behind it.
BQV25 and's 2,200 shares across just 2 stocks show real size, but at 10:11 a.m. ET, the problem is execution quality, not ambition, and that's the edge the leader is exploiting.
Javier Madali is still the tower at the top, and that 0K plus tournament cushion means the whole room is chasing his standard, not just his score.
NVDA is doing the same job for Javier Madali at 10:08 a.m. New York time, because broad participation like that tells you this lead is built on structure, not a single lucky name.
Flight AM's end pressure is exactly why Abhijit Kaktikar's session looks pinned down, and if he can't stabilize it soon, the chase pack gets one less serious threat.
Chidhambara Raja still owns second place on tournament profit, but he has not printed a trade today, so the ranking is secure for now, and the procedural clock is the real risk.
Jayaveer Maddali is still dictating the whole tournament pace, and that 23K plus cushion on the leaderboard means every fresh game makes the field chase a higher ceiling.
NVDA is stacking another layer on top of that lead for Javier Maddali, and when one name keeps feeding the same side of the book, chasers start running out of answers.
Groaning, Seiko and Lin are doing the unglamorous work for Jayaveer Maddali, and that matters because broad support is what keeps a leader from getting ambushed by one bad swing.
Abhijit Kaktikar's AMEZDN hit is the pressure point on the board, because that drawdown is what turns a normal session into a recovery problem.
Chidhambara Raja is still defending second on tournament net PNL without a trade today, so the real threat is the daily trade clock, not the leaderboard math.
JVITNA 116 is still the benchmark at rank 1, and at 10:14 AMET, his 4,600.53 session mark towers over BF 25 and Amlakanga Sali, who are both fighting to stabilize their own lanes.
BHUV25 and has the heavier footprint with 2,400 shares across 3 stocks, compared with Lakhangusali's 230 shares in one name, so one trader is still pushing aggression, while the other is much narrower.
The swing profile says even more. Jayaveer 116 has already run from a 3,540.45 trough to a 4,759.68 peak by 10:14 AMET, and that kind of range gives him real defense.
Lakhangusali is the quietest profile here, with only one stock traded and a minus 142.6 open red at 10:14 AMET, so the issue is less noise and more whether there's time for a reversal. CN is quietly doing structural work for Jayaveer Maddali at 10:10 a.m. New York time, because a secondary winner like that makes the leaderboard defense look much less dependent on one name.
Chidhambara Raja is still holding second by tournament PNL, but he has not printed a trade today, so the rank is safe for now and the disqualification clock keeps getting louder.
The pattern for Jayaveer Maddali is broad, not fragile. NVDA, MMM, Cisco, and Line have all contributed, which is exactly the sort of multi-name strength that protects first place.
Beat UV25 and is still hanging on to third, even after the red AMZN print at 10:07 a.m. New York time. So the leaderboard gap holds, but the session risk just got a lot less comfortable.
Just kept feeding Jayaveer Maddali at 10:15 a.m. New York time, and that latest surge is exactly how a top seed turns a lead into a lockdown scoreboard problem.
NVDA is the other pillar here at 10:14 a.m. New York time, and because it keeps adding to Jayaveer Maddali's cushion, the run looks structurally broad instead of fragile.
Hoove 25 and is still hanging on to third on the tournament ledger, but the small live setback at 10:16 a.m. New York time means every new trade now has to protect that spot, not chase recklessly.
And that AMZN pressure is why Abhijit Kaktikar feels so exposed right now at 10:16 a.m. New York time, because one more bad leg can shove the session deeper into defense. Jayaveer Maddali just added another surge at 10:16 a.m. New York time, and that fresh tournament push keeps him sitting on a massive cushion while the field is still searching for a response.
Mimium keeps feeding Jayaveer Maddali's line, and when one stock can keep printing that kind of follow-through, it makes any late chase feel increasingly pointless.
Lin is still giving Javier Medley clean support, and that matters because the leaderboard leader is stacking multiple names that can absorb pressure if one of them cools off.
Abhijit Kaktikar is still under pressure from AME Zen at 10:07 a.m. New York time, and that drawdown is important because it keeps his session from building the kind of comfort a defender wants.
Chidio's 25 and is slipping a bit on today's live line, and even though the tournament rank is still intact, that negative session pressure makes every next decision more expensive. Javier Madali is still setting the standard, and his tournament cushion above 23,000 means the field has to hunt him, not just the next rung on the board.
MMM is doing the same job for Javier Madali at 10:16 a.m. New York time, but with a different flavor. It widens the base, which makes the leaderboard harder to crack from a single weak spot.
Abhijit Kaktikar is taking heat from AM Zen, and that latest slide at 10:07 a.m. New York time adds pressure fast because it turns a two-trade session into a risk management problem.
BTUV 25 and slight daily dip is modest compared with the tournament position, so the important read is not the red number itself, but whether today's trades protect that third-place hold.
Javier Madali just stacked another win at 10:18 a.m. New York time, and that keeps the top spot feeling less like a lead and more like a locked gate.
MM has been the real engine for Javier Madali this morning, and the repeated lift there tells us the session is being built on breadth, not a single lucky burst.
Abhijit Kaktikar's AM's in trade is still under pressure at 10:18 a.m. New York time, and that kind of drawdown can turn a decent day into a defensive grind fast.
Chidambara Raja still owns second place on the tournament number, but the bigger issue is procedural. No trade yet today, so the clock is starting to matter more than the ranking gap.
At 10:20 a.m. ET, Javier 116 is still the benchmark with 4,620.2 in tournament P&L, while Anusha 25_12 sits at negative 630, and that gap is telling the whole story.
Javier 116's risk profile is cleaner too, because his 4,620.2 is entirely unrealized at 10:20 a.m. ET, which keeps the leaderboard engine running without forcing a cash out.
Javier 116 is running 7 stocks deep by 10:20 a.m. ET, and that breadth is exactly why the top spot looks more defended than just a one-name spike.
So the matchup is control versus damage. Javier 116 has the rank 1 cushion and diversified lift, while Anusha 25_12 is still trying to stop the slide from becoming a deeper tournament problem.
Groaning, Cisco is doing the steady work for Javier Madali at 10:20 a.m. New York time, and 2 back-to-back lifts there tell you this session is built for defense, not panic.
MM and NVDA have been the big structural drivers for Javier Madali, so the importance here is breadth. The lead is not living on one isolated swing.
5:25 AN's day is still manageable despite the small drawdown at 10:20 a.m. New York time, but the margin for error tightens fast once the leaderboard starts compressing.
Lakan Ghasali is hanging on to 5th with only a modest hit at 10:20 a.m. New York time, so this is less about damage and more about whether that one trade profile can stay controlled. Javier 116 is still the benchmark at rank 1, and Behov 25 and at rank 3 has to chase through a very different risk profile instead of just chasing points.
Jayaveer 116 is defending with breadth, not just one lucky print, because the latest live strength around 10:21 and 10:20 AM ET kept his unrealized cushion intact.
Jayaveer 116 swing matters too, because the move from the 3,540.45 trough to the 4,879.88 peak shows this lead has room to absorb pressure.
So the leaderboard story is clear. Jayaveer 116 is protecting first place with low activity and a heavy unrealized base, while BF25 and
Javier 116 is still the benchmark at rank 1, while BWAF 25 and sits third. And that gap matters because one trader is building cushion, while the other is still chasing recovery.
Jayaveer 116's unrealized 4,637.48 at 10:23 AM ET says the session is still carrying, not cashing out, and that makes his lead look more durable than fragile.
Jayaveer 116 also shows the cleanest swing profile with a 4,879.88 peak and 3,540.45 trough at 10:23 AM ET, which means the run has already survived real pressure.
The real comparison is risk posture. Jayaveer 116 is sitting on full unrealized strength with no realized drag, while BWAF 25 and has to dig out from realized losses and keep the tape alive.
Groaning. The real split is momentum. Jayaveer 116 has added 1,126.25 in this window at 10:24 AM ET, while BWAF 25 and has slipped 176, so the leader is extending and the chaser is leaking.
BN25 and is taking the heavier damage in this matchup, but Lakangur Sali is only a smaller drift back at 10:24 AM ET. So the comparison is about pressure scale, not total collapse.
BL25 a hunt has moved 3,400 shares across 5 stocks by 10:24 AM ET, and that aggression is why the rank can still swing if the execution cleans up. Jayaveer Madali is still throwing down like a title defender, and that fresh 23 1K tournament mark keeps the top seat looking locked while the field scrambles for a response.
Groaning keeps doing the dirty work for Jayaveer Madali, and when a second name keeps printing strength at 10:23 AM New York time, it gets a lot harder for chasers to call this leader lucky.
BJuV25 and is taking a hit in the live session, and that 10:24 AM New York time drawdown means the margin for error just got a lot thinner on the chase side.
Kambara Raja still has not opened the day, so the rank is safe for now. But with 5 hours and 35 minutes left, the procedural clock is becoming the real opponent.
Jayaveer Madali is extending the top end cushion again, and that tournament total near 23, 2K, means every fresh pop is reinforcing his hold on first place.
NVDA is still doing structural work for Jayaveer Madali, because those earlier bursts at 10:14 and 10:22 AM New York time added serious breadth to the leader's profile.
Abhijit Kaktikar is absorbing a rough AM Zen sequence, and that late session damage keeps him from using his rank to apply pressure upward.
Chidhambara Raja still owns second on the tournament number, but with no trade printed today, the ranking is secure for now, and the procedural clock is the real threat.
BPWAF 25 and is slipping just a touch on the day, but the bigger story is that the tournament position is still alive, so the next clean trade matters more than the tiny red on screen. Jayaveer Madali is still dictating the whole tournament pace, and that fresh 23 1K plus cushion means the chasers are fighting the scoreboard, not just the market.
The sequence in Sesko is important too, because Jayaveer Madali is not relying on one lucky burst. He keeps converting separate names into the same leaderboard insulation.
Chodambara Raja still holds second on tournament PNL, but he has not opened a trade today, so the real pressure is the daily activity rule, not the rank itself.
B 25 and is still hanging inside the top 3, even with a small red day, and that means the tournament cushion matters more than the session noise right now. Jayaveer Madali is still dictating the entire board, and the latest surge pushes his tournament cushion even higher, which makes every chaser feel the weight of a moving ceiling.
Abhijit Kaktikar's AM Zen damage at 9:07 AM New York time is the kind of hole that changes how aggressively you can press later, because the session now has to crawl back instead of expand.
Chidambara Raja still owns second place on tournament net PNL today, but he has not started trading today, so the rank is secure for now, and the procedural clock is the real threat.
Abhijit Kaktikar is the one under the loudest pressure now, because that AMSN hit keeps the session fragile and leaves no room for sloppy follow-through. Jayaveer Madali is still towering over this board at 10:28 AM New York time, and that 23 1K tournament mark means nobody is catching him without a major swing.
Groaning NVDA was still doing heavy lifting at 10:22 AM New York time, and when the leader keeps getting that kind of help, the chasing pack runs out of easy entry points.
BL Jow V 25 Aniz, the active danger on the board right now, because a live session still carrying a small morning drawdown at 10:28 AM New York time can flip fast if the next push lands.
Chidambara Raja still owns second on the tournament number, but with no trade printed today. The bigger story is procedural risk now, not scoreboard damage.
Jayaveer Madali is still running the table, and that fresh tournament high near 9:29 AM New York time keeps the whole field chasing a moving target instead of a static score.
NVDA matters here because it is not a one-off pop for Jayaveer Madali. It is the kind of broad contributor that tells you the lead is built on multiple legs, not luck.
Abhijit Kaktikar is under real session pressure now because AMZN has turned his day red, and the leaderboard math only gets harder when your active name is dragging instead of lifting.
Chidambara Raja is still sitting on second by tournament PNL, but with no trade printed today, the scoreboard edge is safe while the session clock keeps applying procedural pressure.
Jayaveer 116 is still the benchmark at rank 1, but BA Wuv 25 and at 3 and Lakan Gusley at 5 are the real chase pack, and that gap sets the whole tournament tone at 10:31 AM ET.
Biapchu V25 AIN has 3,700 shares traded across 6 stocks, while Lakangursali has only 230 shares in one name, so this is aggression versus precision, not just PNL versus PNL.
Jayaveer 116's unrealized cushion is doing the heavy lifting right now, and at 10:31 AM ET, that matters because it keeps first place protected without forcing a desperate cash out.
Lakangursali is quietly improving from a small base, and with only one stock in play, the path to catching the front of this board is cleaner but much narrower.
Jayaveer Madali just keeps stacking distance at 10:31 AM New York time, and that 23 2K tournament mark means the whole field is still chasing his pace, not setting it.
LNN and Cisco are the quiet proof of breath here at 10:24 a.m. New York time, because repeated gains across separate names make this lead look engineered, not accidental.
Chidambara Raja is still sitting second on tournament equity, but the real issue is procedural. No trade today means the clock, not the scoreboard, is the thing hunting him.
Lakan Gusali is the small but active mover in fifth at 10:31 a.m. New York time, and that modest positive day matters because it keeps the climb alive while others are just managing position. Javier Maddaley just added another layer to first place, and that 10:32 a.m. New York time Cisco push keeps the tournament lead feeling defended instead of merely held.
Abhijit Kaktikar's AMSN hit at 10:07 a.m. New York time is the ugly side of the tape, because a 600-plus drawdown turns every next decision into damage control.
Chidambara Raja still owns second on tournament net PNL to date, but the bigger issue is procedural. No trade yet today, so the rank is safe while the session clock keeps pressuring him.
And the pressure is real for Abhijit Kaktikar. The live session is still fighting back after that AMZN hit, so he needs a cleaner next move to stop the leaderboard slide. Javier Maddaley just slammed the door on the field again because his tournament cushion is now pulling away at the top, and the leaderboard has to chase his standard, not his pace.
NVDA is the engine that keeps snapping back for Javier Maddaley, and every fresh push there tells the chasers they need more than one clean trade to catch him.
Groaning is doing the ugly work in the background for Javier Maddaley, and that matters because repeated winners like this turn a good run into a real lock.
Abhijit Kaktikar is absorbing pressure today, and the negative session means every new mistake tightens the risk profile instead of giving him room to recover.
Beef, who went 25 and is still hanging on to third on the tournament board. And even with a small down day, the bigger issue is protecting that spot while the pack keeps heating up.
Javier Maddaley is still running the whole table, and that 23K tournament mark means the top seed is protected by depth, not just one lucky burst.
NVDA is still feeding the machine for Javier Maddaley, and repeated strength there tells you this session is broad enough to survive a pullback without cracking the lead.
Groaning, Cisco keeps handing Javier Maddaley steady support, and that kind of slow grind is exactly how a leaderboard leader avoids getting ambushed by a single bad swing.
Chidambara Raja is still second on tournament equity, but the bigger issue is procedural now. With no trade printed today, he still has to get a valid session entry before the clock gets ugly.
Abhijit Kaktikar is taking heat on the live day number, and at 10:35 a.m. ET, that drawdown means every new decision has to work harder just to stop the session from leaking further.
Javier Maddaley just keeps extending the gap at the top, and that 23K tournament mark means the leader is defending prize position with real accumulated firepower.
NVDA is doing serious work for Javier Maddaley right now, and those repeated lifts in the last few minutes are exactly how a session turns into scoreboard separation.
MM is the other heavy hitter here, and when a leader stacks another strong name on top of the pile, the chasers start running out of clean angles.
Abhijit Kaktikar is under pressure at the session level, and the negative live result at 10:35 a.m. NY time means every new decision now has to fight uphill for recovery.
Javier Maddaley is widening the wall at the top, and that 10:34 a.m. ET surge from MMM adds serious cushion to a lead nobody wants to chase head on.
Quick keeps feeding Jayavir Madali too, and when the secondary names keep printing green, the leaderboard gap stops looking temporary and starts looking structural.
Bechuv 25N is still holding third on the tournament number, but his live session is slightly negative, so the rank is safe while the intraday pressure stays visible.
Abhijit Kaktikar is dealing with a rougher session, and that negative live print means the room is watching whether he can stop the damage before it leaks farther down the board.
Chidambara Raja still has the tournament silver, but he has not started trading today, so the clock is the real opponent now, with disqualification risk hanging in the background. Jayavir Madali is still the kingpin at the top, and that 23 3K tournament mark means the rest of the room is chasing a wall that keeps getting higher.
Just ripped another huge step for Jayavir Madali at 9:34 a.m. New York time, and that kind of repeated lift is what turns the lead into separation.
NVDA is doing the same job at 9:33 a.m. New York time, and when a leader can stack another winner like that, the chase pack starts running out of realistic answers.
Chidambara Raja is still second on the tournament board, but with no trade printed today, the real contest is whether he opens a valid session before the clock starts doing the damage.
Groaning. Abhijit Kaktikar is under pressure in 6th, and that current session drawdown means he needs a sharp turnaround fast if he wants to avoid fading further from the prize spots.
Jayavir Madali is still stacking the tournament board at the top, and that 23 4K plus cushion means the rest of the field is chasing a moving wall, not a soft lead.
Cisco just kept the engine hot for Jayavir Madali at 10:38 a.m. New York time, and that fresh push is exactly how you keep chasers from sensing any opening.
Mem has been the heavy lifter all morning for Jayavir Madali, and when one name can add that kind of muscle, the leaderboard stops looking like a race and starts looking like a lock.
PSUV 25 and is still holding third on the tournament number, but with today's session reading a small drawdown, the rank is safe while the intraday cushion needs cleaner execution.
Croning Chidambara Raja still owns second by tournament P&L, but with no trade printed today, the procedural clock is now the real opponent, not the scoreboard gap.
Jayavir Madali is still the benchmark at the top, and now his tournament cushion is being reinforced by another strong stretch, which keeps the chase pack fighting the whole mountain instead of the summit.
And look at from 10:34 a.m. New York time, because that earlier surge is still doing structural work for Jayavir Madali, giving him breadth instead of a single flashy trade.
Off 25 and has slipped to a small daily loss, but the bigger story is the top 3 position staying alive on tournament net PL today. So this is about protecting rank while the afternoon tape develops.
Groaning Chidambara Raja is still second on the tournament board, but no trade printed today means the clock is the real opponent now, not the scoreboard gap.
Jayavir Madali is still setting the championship tempo, and that fresh climb in tournament value keeps the top seat insulated while everyone else has to chase a moving target.
Cisco is the latest engine for Jayavir Madali, and when one ticker keeps reloading the account like this, it forces the chase pack to respect the pace instead of testing it.
Groaning, and Lynn are still doing the ugly work underneath that leaderboard lead, and that kind of repetition is what turns a hot run into something the rest of the field has trouble touching.
Chidambara Raja still holds second on the tournament tally, but the clock is the real opponent now, because no daily trade means the procedural risk keeps hanging over that rank.
Abhijit Kaktikar is the one taking the sharpest session hit among the active names, and that puts extra pressure on any recovery, because the leaderboard only rewards cleanup if the damage gets contained.
Jayavir 116 is still the benchmark at rank 1, while BQV 25 and Andasali are fighting from 3rd and 5th. So this matchup is leader control against 2 very different chase styles.
Jevzavir 116 has also widened his session by 1,464.95, while Lokangorsali added 71.3, so the comparison is a runaway leader versus a careful, smaller-scale climb.
Jayavir 116's whole book is still unrealized at 5,005.4, which means the lead is being held open-ended rather than locked in, and that keeps the pressure on every pullback.
Lakhangorsali stays modest but constructive with 65.55 and only one stock traded, which keeps the fifth place case alive if this low activity pace turns into another clean push.
Jayavir Madali is turning the top spot into a fortress, with Lon adding another late burst at 9:42 a.m. New York time and keeping the tournament gap under heavy lock and key.
NVDA is the analytical anchor in Jayavir Madali's session because a name like that keeps the leaderboard pressure on everyone below him and lowers the odds of a clean chase.
Abhijit Kaktikar is the one taking real heat now, because his day PNL is negative while the timer keeps ticking, so every fresh decision has to earn back ground instead of just hold it.
Bihar Trevor 25 and is still holding the third place cushion in the tournament race, but that tiny daily slip means the ranking story stays alive only if the session stays disciplined from here. Jayavir Madali is still the benchmark at the top, and that 23 4K tournament haul makes every chaser solve the harder problem of catching him, not just passing him.
Cisco and Lin have been feeding the same engine for Jayavir Madali, so this is no one-trick burst. His breadth and breadth is what keeps a leaderboard lead hard to attack.
Groaning. NVDA keeps showing up as a reinforcement trade for Jayavir Madali, and when one name keeps paying twice, the rest of the field has to respect the depth of that session.
Chidambara Raja is still second on tournament net PNL today, but he has not opened the day yet, so the scoreboard pressure is now about getting a valid print before the clock gets ugly.
Abhijit Kaktikar is taking the hit on today's session, and that kind of live pressure matters more than the raw number because it can force a tighter hand for the rest of the day.
Jayavir Madali just pushed through another surge by 9:43 a.m. New York time, and that keeps his lead looking built on execution, not luck, which is brutal for the chase pack.
Elinen has been doing the quieter structural work for Jayavir Madali, and that repeated lift matters because it widens the gap without forcing him into one fragile trade idea. Chidambara Raja is still second on tournament net PNL today, but the real issue is procedural now, because he has not printed a trade today, and the clock keeps tightening.
Abhijit Kaktikar has activity on the clock, but that live drawdown at 10:45 a.m. New York time means he needs a cleaner next push if he wants to stop sliding down the middle of the board.
Jayavir 116 is still the benchmark at rank 1, while Lakan Gusali and Anusha 25_12 are fighting from 5th and 6th, so this matchup is pure leader control versus chase pressure.
Jayavir 116's unrealized cushion is 5,010 at 10:46 a.m. ET, while Anusha 25_12 is sitting on -415 at the same timestamp, and that makes the risk profile completely different.
Jayavir 116's book is broad too, with 7 stocks traded and 0 realized pressure at 10:46 a.m. ET, which is exactly how a leader keeps the door shut behind him. Jayavir 116 is still the benchmark at rank 1, and BO 25 and at rank 3 is staring at much tougher climb, so this is leader control versus chase pressure.
The comparison gets sharper on risk posture too, because Jayaveer 116 is sitting on a huge unrealized cushion, while Bu5 25N has no unrealized buffer to lean on.
MM has also been a serious engine for Jayaveer at 10:43 AM ET, and that kind of repeated support makes the top spot look built, not borrowed.
DHUV25N's bigger issue is activity versus quality. 3,800 shares across 6 stocks shows plenty of action, but the session still hasn't converted that into a protective cushion.
Javier Madlali is still building a fortress at the top, and that 23 5K tournament stack means every fresh push now makes the chase pack hunt a taller wall.
Groaning. Cisco and Lin have been doing the ugly work for Jayaveer Madali all morning, so this is not one lucky pop. It is repeated defense through different names.
BHUV25N is the active spoiler in third, and even though today's session is a small red mark, the bigger story is that his tournament cushion still keeps him in the prize conversation.
Manish Kapoor is still 7th on the tournament board, and with a negative overall mark, the next valid trade has to be about repair before he can think about climbing. Jayaveer 116 is still the tower at rank 1, while BUV 25 sits 3rd and Lahan Grisali 5th. So the leaderboard shape is clear. 1 runaway leader, 2 chasers. Very different risk stories.
Jayaveer 116's 1,508.6 jump since 10:49 AM ET dwarfs Lakan Gorsali's 111.55 improvement, which tells you first place is being defended with a far deeper cushion. Jayaveer 116's session is broad as well, with 7 stocks in play and no realized drag at 10:49 AM ET, which makes the leader look structurally harder to crack.
Lakan Grisali's recovery is quieter but real, because 1 stock discipline and a positive unrealized cushion keep 5th place alive without adding the same heat as the bigger chasers. Javier Madali is still hammering the summit, and that jump to 23 5K on the tournament meter keeps first place looking less like a lead and more like a lockdown.
Groaning. The ugly part for everybody else is the breadth Cisco, Lin, and MMM have all kept feeding Jayaveer Madali, so this is not one lucky spike that can be easily faded.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX recovery matters, because the move from the prior hole into a smaller drawdown shows the session is still repairable, even if the pressure hasn't fully cleared.
Yash Pawar is in the same procedural danger zone, because a strong tournament position only matters if he actually prints a valid trade before the clock runs down. Jayaveer Madali is still towering over the board, and that latest push to 23 55K in tournament PNL keeps first place feeling welded shut rather than merely guarded.
Groaning. PUV 25 and is drifting lower on the day, and that negative session print means the 3rd place name has to stop leaking if it wants to defend any real momentum.
NVDA keeps acting like the engine room for Jayaveer Madali, and when one stock is adding that kind of force, it makes every chaser's path to the top much steeper.
Fine, Lakan Gosali is the quiet one holding a small green day, and that steady posture matters because it keeps 5th place stable without inviting any reckless leaderboard swing.
BOGV 25 and is still the rank 3 anchor at 10:52 AM ET, but Lakan Gosali and Anusha 25_12 are the real chase pair, each forcing a different kind of pressure on that podium lane.
Sali has the better momentum story here at 10:52 a.m. ET, because a small improving unrealized cushion looks steadier than Anusha 25_12's larger realized drag and recovery battle.
BQV 25, a nil score, is still being defended by the active 6-stock footprint at 10:52 a.m. ET, but the negative weekly slide means every new trade has to earn its place fast.
Anusha 25_12 just got a real lift at 10:51 a.m. ET, and that matters because the NFLX rebound is cutting pressure without erasing the need for a cleaner finish.
Javier Madali just pushed the tournament lead even higher, and the fresh strength from MVDA at 10:52 a.m. New York time tells the field this top spot is still being actively defended.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX recovery at 10:51 a.m. New York time matters because it pulls him off the ropes, but the day is still demanding cleaner follow-through than this partial repair.
BTEL V25 Anapra is holding third on the tournament tally, and a slight day loss at 10:52 a.m. New York time means the rank is safe for now, but the session still needs sharper execution.
Groaning, the ugly detail is that Abhijit Kaktikar is still carrying the day's damage, so even with NFLX easing the pain, he needs the next trade to avoid sliding back into survival mode.
Javier Madali is still the standard on top, and his 23 5K tournament score makes the chase feel less like a race and more like a climb in bad weather.
Lin is doing quiet damage control for Javier Madali too, and that kind of multi-name lift is exactly why the leader can absorb noise without blinking.
Groaning, Abhijit Kaktikar finally got a real rebound through NFLX at 10:51 a.m. New York time, and that matters because it trims the pressure after the earlier hit and keeps him from spiraling.
Lakan Garsali is the quiet mover in fifth, and that small positive day at 10:53 a.m. New York time keeps the leaderboard door cracked open. If the bigger names slip, Javier Madali just pushed the tournament mark to 23 5K, and that keeps first place looking defended by real firepower, while the rest of the field still hunts for a crack.
Groaning and Cisco have turned into the ugly little support beams under that lead, which is exactly why chasing him now means breaking through more than one name.
Abhijit Kaktikar is the life tension point now, because that negative session leaves him needing a clean response instead of another swipe at the same pressure zone.
Chidbambara Raja still sits second on tournament strength, but the clock matters now because he has not printed a trade today and the no-trade risk is still hanging over him.
Lakan Gusali is the quiet mover in fifth, and even that modest positive session matters because it keeps the ladder within striking range of the top pack without forcing wild risk. Javier Madali is still perched on the summit, and the 23 5K tournament mark makes first place look defended by more than luck at 10:56 a.m. New York time.
The important part is breadth. Lin and Cisco have both kept feeding Javier Madali's session, so this looks like a multi-leg defense rather than one fragile spike. BHU Vev 25 and is still sitting third on the tournament ladder, and even with a negative live day, the rank holds because the cumulative score remains competitive.
That NFLX rebound is especially useful for Abhijit Kaktikar because after the earlier hit, every step back toward green makes his leaderboard position less fragile. Javier Madali is still the summit anchor, and that 23 5K tournament mark means first place is protected by more than just momentum. It is protected by distance.
The more important read is breadth. NVDA has been stacking gains again for Jayaveer Madali, so this lead looks engineered to endure, not just flash and fade.
And now the pressure shifts to everyone chasing him, because Jayaveer Madali keeps getting paid on both NVDA and Lin, which makes the leaderboard chase feel increasingly expensive.
Chidambara Raja is still second on the tournament board, but with no trade printed today yet, this is a rank that still needs participation to stay fully safe.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX rebound matters because it trims the morning damage and buys him flexibility, which is exactly what you want when the session still has hours to run.
Jayaveer Madali is still the summit holder at 10:57 a.m. ET, and that 23 5K plus tournament cushion means the whole pack has to swing bigger just to make him feel heat.
Abhijit Kaktikar just ripped NFLX off the mat at 10:57 a.m. ET, and that rescue matters because it turns an ugly morning into a session the leaderboard still has to respect.
Bhuv 25 is the one under the microscope now, third place on the board, but the live session is still slightly negative at 10:57 a.m. ET, so the ranking cushion depends on stability, not flash.
Chidambara Raja and Yash Parwa are still in the dangerous not started zone, and with 5 hours left, the scoreboard is protecting them, only until the daily trade rule starts counting down hard.
Jayaveer Madali is still the summit anchor, and that 23 5K plus tournament total means the first place seat is protected by real distance, not a lucky burst.
Abhijit Kaktikar just ripped NFLX back toward the top side, and that 10:58 a.m. New York print is huge because it keeps his session from looking like a rescue mission.
Groaning. That NFLX recovery matters beyond the one trade, because Abhijit Kaktikar has dragged the loss from a deep hole into a much cleaner fight,
and is
the
still
leaderboard
holding
pressure
third
just eased.
overall, but the small
Chidambara
intraday
Raja
drawdown
is
means
still
his
in
cushion
second
depends
place
on
on
tournament
tournament score,
equity,
but
not
with no
today's
trade
tape,
printed today,
so one
the
clean
clock
push
is
would
the
matter
real
a lot.
opponent now, not the pack behind him.
Manish Kapoor is in the same procedural danger zone, because sitting on a negative tournament mark without a trade today leaves him needing action before the session timer gets ugly.
Javier 116 is still the benchmark at rank 1, while BHEV 25 and sits third, and that gap matters because one trader is defending a cushion, the other is still hunting ground.
Compare the risk profile, and it gets even cleaner. Jayaveer 116 is sitting on unrealized strength, while Behoove 25 has already realized the drawdown, which makes the leader's cushion look far sturdier.
Javier 116 keeps getting fed by NVDA, and at 10:59 a.m. ET, that latest push lifted the session again, which is exactly how a first place lead gets protected. Javier Madali is still setting the pace at the top, and that 23K plus tournament cushion means every fresh gain today is about protecting the crown, not chasing it.
Bruins 25 Arthur is finally getting some relief from NFLX at 11 a.m. New York time, and that bounce matters because it trims the day's damage and keeps third place from getting ugly.
Chidambara Raja is still holding second by tournament equity, but with no trade printed today, the clock is now part of the story as much as the rank itself.
Javier Madali is still the benchmark at the top, and that 23 5K plus tournament cushion means every new game is about protecting the throne, not just padding it.
pH above 25 AN's NFLX hit at 11:01 a.m. New York time as a real session repair because it trimmed the day's damage and stopped the drawdown from defining third place.
Lacan Gusali is still positive on the day, and with only one active trade showing, that small green pocket matters because it keeps rank movement possible without loading on extra risk.
Chidhambara Raja still holds second on tournament equity, but with no trade printed today, the rank is sitting on a timer that keeps getting louder as the session runs.
Javier Maddaley is still setting the pace at the top, and his 23 5K plus tournament cushion means every fresh green print today is more about protection than celebration.
Groningen pool of 25 AN's NFLX Rescue is the kind of session patch that keeps the damage from getting uglier because that bounce dragged the day from deep red back towards survival mode.
Abhijit Kaktikar is still carrying a negative live day, so the earlier NFLX rebound matters as a pressure valve, but it has not fully erased the session risk yet.
Chidhambara Raja still sits second on tournament equity, but the clock is the real opponent now because no trade today leaves the rank protected and the disqualification risk hanging in the air. Javier Maddaley is still the benchmark, and that fresh 3:03 p.m. New York time lift to 23. 5K plus on the tournament board makes first place look defended from multiple angles, not one lucky burst.
NVDA just keeps shoving the door open for Javier Maddaley, and at 2:59 p.m. New York time, that surge means the chasers need a miracle, not just a decent trade.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX recovery is the real grinder here, because 4 straight bursts from 2:55 p.m. to 3:03 p.m. New York time dragged the session from ugly into manageable, and that changes his risk posture fast.
Lakan Gusali is staying in the fight at 5th, and the modest green print at 3:03 p.m. New York time matters because it's the kind of session lift that can buy patience without forcing a reckless swing. Javier Maddaley keeps the crown cemented and the tournament number near 23. 5K means every fresh game is about defending first place, not taking wild shots.
Groaning Abhijit Kaktikar is clawing back fast with NFLX at 11:04 a.m. New York time, and that recovery trims the damage enough to keep his session from looking like a free fall.
Biop 25 and is still carrying a live session loss, but the intraday print has improved enough that the ranking pressure is more about stopping the leak than rebuilding from scratch.
Lakan Gusali has a live green session on the board, and that matters because even a modest profit keeps 5th place defended while the contenders behind keep sniffing around.
Manish Kapoor still has to print a trade before the clock tightens, and in this format, that missing session is as dangerous as any bad fill on the board. Javier Maddaley is still the mountain at the top, and that 23 4K tournament total means his live wins are now about protecting the crown, not just building it.
BQV 25 and end session just got a useful rebound from NFLX at 11:04 a.m. New York time, and that matters because it trims some pressure off a negative day without changing the fact he still needs cleaner follow-through.
Abhijit Kaktikar is still under strain overall, but that NFLX bounce around 11:04 a.m. New York time is the first sign of oxygen in a session that needed a break badly.
Lakan Gusali is holding a modest green session, and that's important because every clean step today helps keep 5th place from getting pulled into the mess below. Javier Maddaley is still the wall at the top, and his 23 4K tournament mark means the chasers need a miracle, not just a good trade to change the story.
And that lean push at 11:03 a.m. New York time is the kind of extra engine that makes Jeff or Madley tougher to pressure because it spreads the risk across more than one winner.
BHUV25 and none of the one with the live session pressure right now because a minus 125 day at 11:07 a.m. New York time keeps the podium spot vulnerable if the next decision misses.
Chaidam Bararaja is still sitting second on tournament score, but with no trade printed today, the real danger is that the clock, not the leaderboard, becomes the problem.
Javier Madley is still running the board, and that NVDA burst at 11:05 a.m. New York time adds fresh separation while the field tries to figure out how to answer him.
BH2V25 ends NFLX rebound at 11:07 a.m. New York time is the important kind of repair because it trims the day's damage and keeps third place from feeling soft.
Apijig Kaktikar is still carrying a negative session, so the NFLX bounce matters because it slows the bleed and gives him a little more room to stop trading from panic.
Lakhangor Sali is the quieter mover here, but the positive live day at 11:08 a.m. New York time keeps fifth place intact and prevents the pack from tightening on him.
Javier Madley is still the towering name on this board, and that 23 4K tournament cushion means every fresh game makes the chasers feel the ceiling get lower.
MMM added another layer to Javier Madley's defense earlier, and the important part is that this lead now has multiple engines instead of one fragile mover.
That NFLX rebound matters even more because Apijig Kaktikar started with a much deeper hole, so this is about survival and damage control, not just a prettier number.
BHUV25 and is the chaser with the most to prove now, and that small live loss means the leaderboard pressure stays real without completely breaking his tournament position. Javier 116 is still the benchmark at rank 1, while B-Hub 25 on IKID sits third, and Lakhangor Sali is fifth. So this matchup is really leader defense versus two very different chasers.
The weekly delta split is huge at 11:10 a.m. ET. Javier 116 is up 1,451.43, while Lakhangor Sali has added 112.7, so both are improving, but only one is truly dictating the board.
Javier 116 session is being protected by the huge unrealized stack at 11:10 a.m. ET, and with realized still at 0, this lead is riding open strength instead of locked-in profit.
Javier 116 stock spread is still the broadest of the trio at 7 names, and that matters because the leader is not leaning on one fragile idea to hold rank 1.
Javier Madley is still the wall at the top, and with a 23 4K tournament mark at 11:10 a.m. New York time, the pack has to attack a fortress instead of a lead.
Groaning, Apijig Kaktikar finally got relief from NFLX at 11:10 a.m. New York time, and that $535 swing is the difference between getting buried and still having a session to manage.
BHUV25 and is the dangerous chaser to watch because a small live loss at 11:10 a.m. New York time does not change the fact that third place still has real prize pressure attached.
Chidambara still has second locked on tournament net P&L, but the clock is the monster now because he needs a valid trade before close to keep that position safe. Javier Madley is still building the wall at the top, and that jump and lean at 11:11 a.m. New York time keeps first place looking protected instead of merely occupied.
Groaning Abhijit Kaktikar finally got breathing room on NFLX at 11:10 a.m. New York time. And that rebound matters because it drags a rough session back towards something survivable.
Chidhambara Raja still sits second on tournament net PNL, but with no trade printed today, the quietest risk on the board is the session clock itself.
Lakan Ghasali is still on the board with a live game, and that keeps him in the prize conversation without forcing a reckless chase into the final hours. Javier Madley is still firing from the top, and that 23 4K tournament mark keeps first place, looking defended by more than one winning leg.
Groaning, NVDA has become the real engine for Javier Madley, and repeated strength there is exactly how a leader turns a decent gap into a nasty chase problem.
Abhijit Kaktikar finally got real relief from NFLX at 11:10 a.m. New York time, and that rebound helped stop the session from feeling like pure damage control.
That NFLX sequence is important because Abhijit Kaktikar dragged a serious drawdown back toward manageable territory, which changes the mood from survival to possible repair.
Biava 25, and is taking a small daily hit, but at rank 3, the bigger story is protecting that position, while the leaderboard behind him keeps sniffing for weakness. Javier Madley just pushed his tournament mark higher again at 11:13 a.m. New York time, and that keeps first place looking like a fortress instead of a lead.
Lewin kept building at 11:11 a.m. New York time for Javier Madley, which is exactly the kind of secondary support that reduces single-name risk near the top.
Fulv 25 and is still slightly red at 11:13 a.m. New York time, but the real issue is that the session is active and the leaderboard cushion only stays useful if the next trades are cleaner.
The NFLX rebound is more than a bounce for Abhijit Kaktikar at 11:10 a.m. New York time, because it turns a rough session into something he can still manage on the board. Javier 116 still owns rank 1, while BHEV 25 and sits third, and that gap is not just position anymore. It is a live scoreboard fight with real prize pool pressure.
The posture split is sharp. Javier 116 is running low activity and nearly all unrealized, while BHEV 25N is active with 4,000 shares traded, which means more motion, but a much rougher risk profile.
The bigger read on Javier 116 is breadth, 7 stocks traded and a fresh peak at 11:15 a.m. ET, which says this lead is being built on multiple legs, not one lucky pop.
NFLX has been the pressure valve for BHEV 25 and at 11:14 a.m. ET, and those repeated swings show why the comeback is still fragile even after the latest bounce.
Javier Madley is still towering over the board at rank 1, and that 23 4K tournament total keeps the rest of the field chasing a wall instead of a target.
Goni Koktikar just got a cleaner read on NFLX, and the 11:15 a.m. New York time pop back toward minus 265 means the damage is easing, not disappearing.
Chidhambara Raja is still sitting second by tournament score, but the meaningful tension is procedural now, since he has not printed a trade today and the clock is down to 4 hours 44 minutes.
Leakan Ghasali is only a touch red on the day, and that keeps 5th place live without turning the session into a rescue mission, which matters in a tight payout race.
Javier Madley is still towering over the field on tournament PNL, and that fresh NVDA burst at 11:13 a.m. New York time shows the lead is getting reinforced, not defended.
The Groningen Cupticast NFLX sequence is the opposite story. At 11:15 a.m. New York time, the latest lift is trimming the damage, but he is still fighting uphill instead of pressing rank.
Chidambara Raja still owns second place on tournament money, but with no trade printed today, the real pressure is procedural now. He needs action before the clock makes the ranking moot.
Manish Kapoor is still in the fight despite the red day, and with only a tiny live nick at 11:16 a.m. New York time, he needs a clean turn soon to stop the tournament slide from widening. Jayaveer Madali is still the tower on this board, and that 23 4K tournament total makes every fresh game feel like a locked door for anyone trying to catch him.
Groningen is doing the boring work again for Jayaveer Madali at 11:11 a.m. New York time, and that steady support is exactly how leaders avoid giving chasers an opening.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX recovery at 11:17 a.m. New York time is the kind of turn that saves a session because it cuts the deficit and keeps him from spiraling into pure defense.
Chidambara Raja still sits second on the tournament number, but he has not printed a trade today, so the real risk is procedural before it ever becomes competitive.
And here's the pressure point. Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX bounce is helping today's damage control, but he still needs more than one good push to change the tone of the whole session.
Jayaveer Madali is still the standard at the top, and that fresh NVDA surge at 11:13 a.m. New York time keeps his first place cushion feeling engineered, not accidental.
The important detail is breadth. Jayaveer Madali has both NVDA and Lion adding support, so his lead is backed by multiple engines instead of one isolated burst.
BL25 and is the next live name to watch because the small session loss at 11:18 a.m. New York time keeps third place in play without blowing up the tournament position.
Jayaveer Madali's current session is cleaner than the chasers because his gains are still being reinforced by separate symbols, which lowers immediate risk and keeps the rank 1 target moving.
Jayaveer 116 is still the benchmark at rank 1, and the gap to Bubba 25 Anel and Lakan Sali is the whole matchup because one trader is defending the crown while the others are still chasing structure.
Jayaveer 116's edge is cleaner than it looks because all 4,994.05 is unrealized at 11:20 a.m. ET, so first place is being defended without any realized drag.
The swing profile also favors Jayaveer 116, since the run has already survived a 3,540.45 trough and pushed into a 4,994.05 peak by 11:20 a.m. ET.
Lokum Sali is the quieter name here, but rank 5 and a -46 delta at 11:20 a.m. ET still mean there is room to claw back if that single stock posture flips fast enough.
The important detail is that Jayaveer Madali's latest lift came from NVDA at 10:13 a.m. New York time, and that kind of broad name fuel makes the lead feel structural, not fragile.
Abhijit Kaktikar just clawed NFLX back to a much cleaner spot at 11:20 a.m. New York time, but he's still playing from behind, so this is damage control, not a victory lap.
That NFLX sequence matters because Abhijit Kaktikar has been grinding the same position higher in a hurry, and the repeated improvement shows the session is finally giving him room to breathe.
Proof 25 and 10 is the caution flag on the board now because a modest daily dip can be tolerated, but it narrows the margin if the chasers keep tightening behind him.
Jayaveer Madali is still the tower at rank 1, and that 23 4K tournament total means the chase pack has to solve him before it can even dream about first place.
Our line is the other pillar for Javier Madali, and that 11:11 a.m. New York time burst shows the leader is stacking separate legs instead of leaning on one lucky trade.
Galjit Kaktikar's NFLX work is still healing the session, but at 11:20 a.m. New York time, he remains below water today, so the bounce is relief, not a full reset.
Chidambara Raja is holding second on tournament P&L, but the scoreboard trap is simple. No trade yet today, and the clock is still ticking toward a daily activity requirement.
DWAF 25 and is still in the fight at rank 3, but the live day is negative, so every fresh decision now has to defend against sliding further from the podium pace.
Javier Madali is still anchoring first place, and that tournament cushion near 23. 4K means the chasers need a breakout, not a nibble, to change the whole prize picture.
Groaning. Is the other leg doing the work for Javier Madali? And that 11:11 a.m. New York time push shows this leaderboard lead is built on more than one lucky candle.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX rebound at 11:20 a.m. New York time is the kind of recovery that can stop a bad session from spiraling because it trimmed a much uglier hole.
What matters now is that Abhijit Kaktikar is still negative on the day, but the sequence of NFLX lifts means he has a live repair path instead of just damage control.
Beats UV25 and is still active in third, and even with a small red day, the real story is that his tournament cushion keeps him in the hunt while the leaders keep building insulation. Javier Madali is still setting the pace at the top, and that 23 4K tournament total keeps first place feeling fortified while the rest of the board scrambles for a real answer.
Abhijit Kaktikar just got a serious NFLX recovery, and the burst from 11:20 to 11:23 a.m. New York time is exactly the kind of swing that can repair a session in a hurry.
Groaning. That NFLX sequence also tells you why the day still has teeth for Abhijit Kaktikar, because a trader who claws back that fast can suddenly stop looking like a sit-and-hold casualty.
Biapchu V25 and is still in the top 3 by tournament score, but the live day sits slightly negative, so this is about protecting rank while preventing a small leak from turning into a larger one.
Chidambara Raja still has the clean second-place tournament cushion, but with no trade printed today. The real danger is procedural, not competitive. The clock is the opponent now.
Javier Madali is still setting the pace at the very top, and that 23 4K tournament cushion means the field has to chase a moving wall, not just a number.
Crone is doing the ugly but useful work for Javier Madali too, and that steady 10:11 a.m. New York time push shows this lead is being built on breadth, not a single lucky pop. That NFLX sequence matters because Abhijit Kaktikar has now dug out of a much uglier intraday spot, so the next decision is about protecting the repair instead of panicking.
Be at UV25 and is still inside the podium fight even with a red session, and that matters because the tournament cushion is doing more work than the daily tape right now. Javier Madali is still setting the pace at the top, and that tournament cushion near 23.5K means the rest of the board is chasing structure, not just a number.
And then Lin piles on at 11:03 a.m. New York time, which is exactly how a leader turns a good day into a very annoying problem for everybody trying to close the gap.
Chidambara Raja still owns second by tournament net PNL today, but he has not printed a trade today, so the rank is safe while the daily activity clock keeps ticking louder. Groaning. Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX sequence is finally clawing back ground, and that matters because a session that was buried can stop looking broken when the tape gives you repeated relief.
Manish Kapoor is still carrying a red tournament mark, so the fight is not about flash now. It is about stopping the slide long enough to keep his lane usable. Javier Madali is still towering over the board, and that 23 5K plus tournament cushion means the chasers are hunting a fortress, not just a lead.
Abhijit Kartikar just ripped higher on NFLX, and that late session recovery is huge because it cuts into the damage and gives his day a fighting chance.
NFLX has been the lifeline and the problem solver for Abhijit Kaktikar all at once, because the rebound is real, but he still has to prove it can hold instead of snap back.
BHUV25, N is still the active risk name in third, and even a small red session matters here because the leaderboard cushion only stays useful if the day stops leaking.
Groaning. Chidbambara Raja is still second on tournament net PNL today, but the clock is the villain now because he has not printed a trade today, and that rule pressure is not going away.
Jayaveer Madali is still setting the pace, and that 23 5K tournament mark means the rest of the field is chasing a mountain, not a lead.
And Lin is not just padding numbers, it is feeding the same leader at 11:11 a.m. New York time, which tells you this book has more than one working engine.
Groaning. Abhijit Kaktikar is still fighting through the NFLX recovery, and that 3:27 p.m. UTC print leaves him less damaged than before, but the session still needs cleaner follow-through.
The pattern matters more than the single number here. NFLX has been stepping the loss down repeatedly since 3:07 p.m. UTC, so this is damage control, not a full reset.
FUF25 and is the active name under the most day-to-day pressure, because that small red session can still turn into a real leaderboard problem if the next decision misfires.
Jayaveer 116 is still the benchmark at rank 1, and at 11:29 a.m. ET, that 5,063.8 tournament total is being defended by a huge unrealized cushion, not frantic trade.
The momentum split is sharp too, because Jayaveer 116 is up 1,523.35 across the window, while Kapoorman is down 65, which tells you who's building and who's chasing.
Jayaveer 116's unrealized 5,063.8 is the key number at 11:29 a.m. ET, because it means first place is being held by open position strength instead of closed profit grind.
So this matchup is control versus recovery. Jayaveer 116 is defending a broad improving lead, and Kapoorman is still trying to convert activity into a positive swing before the session runs out.
Jayaveer Madali is still the mountain at the top, and that 23 5K tournament mark means the field is chasing structure now, not just a lucky spike.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX swing is finally clawing back damage, and at 11:28 a.m. New York time, that recovery matters because it turns a rough session into something he can still manage.
BHUV25 Ant's live day is still under pressure, but the rank is being defended by tournament equity. So the real question is whether today's losses stay contained before they start threatening third.
Chidbambara Raja is still holding second on tournament net PNL to debt, but with no trade printed today, the session clock is the only opponent left applying pressure. Jayaveer 116 versus Kapoorman is the cleanest split on the board. First place is built on a huge unrealized cushion, while seventh is still trying to stabilize after a rougher swing.
Momentum tells the same story, but in louder language. Jayaveer 116 is improving off a strong weekly climb, and Kapoorman is slipping after a weaker stretch.
Kapoorman has been leaning on NFLX to stop the slide, and that matters now because every small rebound is trying to pull him back toward the middle of the board.
Even with 400 shares traded, Kapoorman still has to turn that volume into a cleaner session finish, because low efficiency like this keeps the ranking gap stubborn.
Jayaveer Madali is still setting the standard at the top, and that 23 5K tournament mark means the field has to chase a fortress, not just a hot streak.
Gronim is another leg of the same story for Javier Madali, and that early 11:05 a.m. New York time pop shows he's getting paid on more than one name while everyone else scrambles.
BHU V25 and is still third on tournament net P&L to date, but the live session is a small drain, so the rank is safe, while execution still needs to clean itself up.
And that NFLX recovery is doing real leaderboard work for Abhijit Kaktikar because it turns a rough day into something he can still defend instead of merely survive. Jayaveer Madali is still the benchmark at the top, and that 5,001.75 tournament mark at 11:33 a.m. ET says the leader is defending prize position with depth, not luck.
PUV25 and has the heavier activity load with 4,800 shares traded, while Lakangosali is much lighter at 230, so one is fighting with volume and the other is fighting to stay relevant.
Compare the risk profile here. JVR Madali has 0 realized P&L at 11:33 a.m. ET, while PUV25 and carries minus 129 realized. So one leader is protected, and the chaser is already paying for mistakes.
Groaning. Lakam Ghasali is the quietest name in this compare, and minus 6.9 at 11:33 a.m. ET with only one stock touched says the margin for recovery is thin.
Javier Madali is still throwing the wall at the top of this board, and that fresh lift to 23 4K tournament profit means the first place seat is defended by serious depth.
NVDA has already been doing the heavy lifting for JVR Madali, so this is the kind of repeat strength that forces chasers to find a perfect trade, not just a decent one.
Groaning. Chidambara Raja is sitting second on tournament equity without printing a trade today, and with 4 H26M left, the clock is now the real opponent.
BHOV25 Aina's session is still negative, but his third-place tournament hold is intact, which tells you the leaderboard buffer is holding even while today's execution stays under pressure.
Manish Kapoor is still digging out of a negative tournament score, so his small session loss today is really about survival mode rather than leaderboard movement.
Jayaveer Madali is still the benchmark at rank 1, while Betchev25 and that sits third, and that gap means the chase is fighting structure, not just a bad patch.
Jayaveer Madali is doing it with unrealized heavy lifting, and at 11:35 a.m. ET, his 5,025.93 sits entirely in unrealized form, which keeps him exposed but still commanding.
Jayaveer Madali just got fresh lift from NVDA at 11:34 a.m. ET, and that kind of late push hardens the lead right when chasers need a crack.
The PUF25 and is active on 4,800 shares across 6 stocks, but the realized loss still outweighs the unrealized cushion, so the next clean decision matters more than the last swing.
Jayaveer Madali is still dictating the championship pace, and that 23 4K tournament total means the top seed is protected by a lead the chase pack can't casually chip away.
NVDA just delivered another serious push at 11:34 a.m. New York time, and that kind of repeat hit keeps JV Madali insulated while everyone else is still trying to find traction. Abhijit Kaktikar is still fighting through a negative session, but NFLX has been clawing that damage back line by line, which is exactly how a rough day tries to save itself.
DCUV25 and is still third on the tournament board, and even with a slightly red live day, the bigger story is that the ranking cushion remains intact for now.
Jayaveer Madali is still miles clear at the top, and that fresh NVDA push at 11:34 a.m. New York time keeps the crown fortified with one more heavy hitter.
Abhijit Kotkar has trimmed the damage in NFLX, and the 11:33 a.m. New York time recovery matters because it stops the session from sliding into a full-blown chase for survival.
Hambara Raja remains second by tournament P&L, but he still has not printed a trade today, so the clock is now part of the risk equation with just over 4 hours left.
Lakan Gusali is still quietly constructive in fifth, and that small positive day keeps the path open if this low activity pace turns into one more clean push. Jayaveer Madali is still defending first place on pure tournament strength, and that 23 5K mark means the chase pack needs more than one good print to threaten the crown.
NVDA is the newest surge for Jayaveer Madali, and that fresh lift at 10:34 a.m. New York time is exactly how a leader turns momentum into separation.
Added another heavy push for Jayaveer Madali at 10:32 a.m. New York time, and when a second name keeps paying, the leaderboard starts feeling welded shut.
Chidambara Raja holds second on tournament net P&L today, but with only a tiny daily read. The real watch is whether he can build session activity without giving away the gap above.
Groaning. Yash Pawar still needs a valid trade before the close, so this is less about performance and more about avoiding a procedural miss with 4 hours left on the clock.
Jayaveer Madali is still the tower at the top, and that 23K plus tournament cushion means every fresh push just makes the chase pack climb a steeper wall.
NVDA keeps doing violent work for Jayaveer Madali, and after that 10:13 a.m. New York time surge, it's not just profit, it's momentum control on the leaderboard.
Scienceco and MMM have both already done the heavy lifting this session for Jayaveer Madali, which is why the top spot looks fortified instead of fragile.
Chidambara Raja just flipped from a deep
Abhijit
hole to a
Kartikar is
tiny
still
gain
fighting
at
back through
11:38
NFLX,
a.m.
and those
New York
repeated pops
time.
are shrinking the
And
damage,
that swing
even if
matters
the
because
session
it
is nowhere
resets
near
the tone
comfortable
from
yet.
rescue mode to something more buildable.
Groaning. Yash Power still hasn't opened the day, and with 4 hours plus left on the clock, the real pressure is simply printing a valid trade before the session deadline.
Jayaveer Madali is still the benchmark at rank 1, and that tournament cushion at 11:40 a.m. New York time keeps everybody else chasing a moving wall instead of a soft target.
Sasco and MMM have both been feeding Jayaveer Madali earlier in the session, and that kind of multi-name breadth is what turns a leader into a problem the pack cannot easily solve.
Groaning. Chidambara Raja finally snapped back with a big win at 11:38 a.m. New York time, and that recovery matters because it stops the second place story from turning into a quiet fade.
Yash Pawar is still sitting on a not started today situation, so the issue is not performance yet. It is simply getting a valid trade on the board before the session clock gets dangerous.
Cruise 25, and third place hold is still alive, but the small daily drawdown means the margin for error is getting thinner while the leader keeps stretching the scoreboard.
Jayaveer Madali is still the kingpin at the top, and that 23 5K tournament cushion means every fresh green burst now works like a wall against the chasers.
Cisco and MMM have both already done heavy lifting for Jayaveer Madali, so this is no single name miracle, it is a broad attack that keeps the leaderboard locked down.
Chidambara Raja just ripped out of a deep hole by 11:38 a.m. New York time, and that kind of rescue matters because it turns second place from a problem into a live threat.
Abhijit Kartikar's NFLX sequence is still the pressure point, and the repeated rebounds are narrowing the damage, but the session is not healed until that red side keeps shrinking.
Yash Power still has time to get a valid trade on the board before close, but until he prints one, the leaderboard pressure is procedural rather than performance-based.
Jayaveer Madali is still the fortress at the top, and with $23,500 on the tournament board, every chaser now has to solve a much bigger problem than a single good trade.
Chidambara Raja just flipped a rough session into a live gain by 11:38 a.m. New York time, and that kind of recovery keeps second place from feeling fragile.
2025 and is still wearing the pressure in third, because a negative day on top of 19 trades means the risk is no longer theoretical, it is session shaping.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX sequence is still the key repair story, and the steady rebound there trims the damage without fully clearing the burden on his overall standing.
Lakan Gusali is quietly protecting fifth with a tiny loss and very little activity, and that low drama profile is exactly how a runner stays alive for a late leaderboard slip-up. Javier 116 still owns first place at 11:43 a.m. ET, but Chida has clawed back hard from the lows. So this matchup is now lead defense versus comeback momentum.
What makes it sharper is the swing profile. Javier 116 has stayed near a 5,074.75 peak, while Chida was down at minus 968.7 before that recovery at 11:38 a.m. ET.
Chida's latest lift matters because the book is still all unrealized at 11:43 a.m. ET, so every clean print keeps him alive for a stronger late push.
That recent NVDA burst at 11:34 a.m. ET is the cleanest proof of control for Javier 116 because it lifted the session without forcing a risky all-in posture.
Javier 116 is still the tower at rank 1, while Chija holds second and Booth 25 and sits third, so this fight is really leader control versus survival pressure.
Javier 116 is sitting on 5,019.48.
5,019.48, unrealized at 11:44 a.m. ET, while board 25A is carrying a negative day and a real realized hit, so the risk profiles are not even close.
Javier 116 is getting the cleanest kind of help from NVDA at 11:43 a.m. ET, and that burst matters because it defends the lead without forcing him into a reckless chase.
Brunik 25 and's realized loss is doing more damage than the unrealized gap, because that means the pressure is already locked in, and every new trade has to dig out before it can climb.
Javier Madali is still running the table at 11:44 a.m. New York time, and that fresh NVDA surge keeps first place looking fortified instead of merely occupied.
What's striking is the breadth behind Javier Madali's lead. MMM, Linian, Cisco, and NVDA have all helped reinforce the cushion, which makes the top spot harder to attack.
BOF 25 and is still under pressure in third, and that negative day print means the rank defense is coming from tournament gains, not from clean intraday momentum.
Yash Power still needs a valid trade before the 4 p.m. close, so the scoreboard pressure here is procedural as much as competitive, and the clock is no longer generous.
Javier Madali is still towering over the board, and that 23 5K tournament cushion means the chase pack has to find something huge just to make this interesting.
Chidambara Raja just flipped a nasty start into a live repair, and that 11:38 a.m. New York swing back to green is exactly how a second place trader stays dangerous.
Bruin 25 and his day is still underwater, so the third place slot is surviving on tournament memory right now, not on clean intraday execution.
Abhijit Kaktikar is getting meaningful relief from NFLX, and those repeated rebounds are turning a stressful session into something he can actually defend.
Yash Pawar still has time to start the day, but that clock is now part of the trade plan because a valid print is required before close to avoid trouble.
Javier Madali is still the mountain at the top, and that 23 5K tournament cushion means every chaser is fighting uphill before they even touch first place.
Groaning Chidambara Raja just flipped his day from deep red to green, and that 11:38 a.m. New York turnaround matters because it steadies second place instead of leaving it hanging on a rescue trade.
BHUV 25 and sits third on the tournament board with a negative live day, so the risk profile is blunt now. One more slip and the podium chase turns into damage control.
Yash Pawar still hasn't started the day, and with just over 4 hours left, the scoreboard pressure is less about P&L and more about getting a valid trade on the tape.
Jayaveer Madley is widening the gap again, and that 23 5K tournament mark means first place is not just ahead, it is becoming structurally harder to touch.
And now Cisco plus MMM are stacking more cushion underneath him, which is brutal for everyone chasing because the lead is coming from multiple seats, not one lucky trade.
Groaning, Chidambara Raja got the big recovery, but his second place spot still comes with a clock ticking underneath it, because no trade today is a compliance problem waiting to happen.
BHUV 25. Anne is still carrying the most fragile intraday profile in the chase pack, because the negative session print keeps every new decision tied to repair rather than expansion.
Gaspawar still needs to open a valid trade before close, so this is no longer about performance math, it is about avoiding a no-trade endgame.
Jayaveer Madley is still the summit anchor, and that 23 5K tournament total means first place is protected by real distance, not just a hot morning burst.
Chidambara Raja just flipped a big win into a respectable second place cushion, but the real stress is still the clock because he has not printed a trade today.
Gruti 25 and is still carrying the heaviest live day drag in third, and with that much trade volume, every mistake now matters more than the rank itself.
Abhijit Kaktikar's
And now that same
NFLX
NFLX
rebound
tape
has
is
been
still the
doing the
pressure valve
cleanup
for
work
Abhijit
all
Kaktikar,
afternoon,
because every
and
extra
that
lift
matters
keeps him
because
from
it
slipping
turns a
back into
damaged
damage
session
control mode.
into something he can still manage.
Yash Power still has time to open his day, but the no-trade clock is the only thing on the board that can really hurt him right now.
Jayaveer Madley is still the summit anchor, and with 23 5K plus in tournament P&L, the lead looks built to absorb pressure instead of just survive it.
Chidambara Raja has repaired the day enough to look dangerous again, but second place still depends on keeping that recovery from turning into another slip.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX rebound has been grinding higher all morning, and that matters because it keeps him from looking trapped in a pure rescue session.
BH Revive 25 and is still the active danger case in third, because the daily draw is negative and every new trade has to earn back trust instead of just chasing size.
Yash Pawar still has time to avoid the no-trade trap, but the clock is now part of the strategy, not just the backdrop.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX tape is the loudest chase signal on the board, and if that climb keeps holding, it can change who feels safe coming into the close. Jayaveer Madley is still miles clear on tournament net P&L, and that 23 5K lead means first place is protected by real distance, not a single lucky swing.
Chidambara Raja just flipped a huge loss into a tiny green print at 11:38 a.m. New York time, and that rescue matters because it stops second place from looking fragile.
Prove 25 AM session is still carrying a red intraday mark while the tournament slot stays intact, so the real issue is not rank, it is how much more damage the afternoon can absorb.
Yash Pawar still has 4 hours and change to get a valid trade on the board, and that matters because the leaderboard score is secondary until he avoids the no-trade problem.
Bilakon Gorsali is the quieter fifth-place name with a small positive day, and that kind of steady profile is exactly what keeps a chase lane alive without inviting chaos.
Bihio V25 and is still the rank 3 anchor, but Anusha 25_12 and Karpova and attacking from lower in the table. So this matchup is really about who can defend position under pressure.
Anusha 25_12 just got real relief from NFLX at 11:52 a.m. ET, and that matters because the rebound is trimming session pressure without changing the fact the account still needs cleaner follow-through.
Copperman's profile is the cleanest of the three, with one stock and no unrealized drag, so the leaderboard chase has to respect how little turbulence he is carrying.
Compare the pace, and Kapoorman is moving with far less capital than Biov 25A, which makes his smaller slide easier to manage, while Biov 25A keeps absorbing the heavier tournament stress.
Jayaveer 116 is still the benchmark at rank 1, while Marman is back in 7th, and that gap says one trader is defending a throne, the other is fighting uphill.
The risk profiles could not be more different. Jayaveer 116 is sitting on 5,060.73, unrealized at 11:53 a.m. ET, while Kapoorman is fully realized and carrying no open cushion.
Groaning. Jayaveer 116 has touched 7 stocks to build that lead, while Kapoorman has only worked one name with 400 shares, and that breadth versus focus split explains the scoreboard pressure.
Kapoorman's best shot now is execution repair, because the session sits at -33 at 11:53 a.m. ET, and he needs a clean turn before the clock gets meaner.
NVDA is doing the heavy lifting again for Jayaveer Madali, and the 11:53 a.m. New York time burst adds another layer of security to first place.
Krodambara Raja's big win at 11:38 a.m. New York time pulled him out of the hole and back into the conversation, which is exactly how a second-place runner starts smelling blood.
Beach UV25 and is still third on tournament equity, but the negative live day means rank protection now depends on whether the next decision can stabilize the session.
Lakanga Sali is the quiet spoiler in 5th, because even a modest green day keeps him within striking distance if the names above start fumbling pressure. Jayaveer 116 is still the summit anchor, and that 4,963.05 tournament total at 11:55 a.m. ET keeps first place defended by real distance, not a lucky burst.
The momentum story leans hard to Jayaveer 116 too, because his 1,422.6 gain at 11:55 a.m. ET outpaces Chida's 1,045 delta and keeps the leaderboard pressure uneven.
Chida's best defense is activity, and 2,000 shares traded across just 2 stocks at 11:55 a.m. ET says he's forcing selective shots instead of spraying risk.
Bonus swing matters too. Jayaveer 116 climbed from 3,540.45 to a 4,983.78 peak by 11:55 a.m. ET, so the lead has been built, tested, and kept alive.
The contrast is also in how they're getting hit. Lakangorsali still has unrealized risk sitting at the session low, while Boof 25 has already realized the damage and has no open exposure.
BHUV 25 and it still holds third overall. So this is a leaderboard defense job now, not a breakout chase, and he has to keep that rank from slipping any further.
By 11:56 a.m. ET, BHMOV25 and N's bigger share count and wider stock mix show aggression, but the flat unrealized line says the market has already forced that aggression into realized pressure.
Jayaveer Madali is still the fortress at the top, and the 23 4K plus tournament total means every fresh gain is about preserving the crown, not chasing it.
And Cisco added more padding in the 11:32 and 11:33 a.m. New York windows, so the leader is stacking cushions while everyone else is still calculating risk.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX grind is the sharpest repair job on the board, because that repeated upside has cut the damage and kept sixth from slipping into full panic mode.
Yash Power still has the clock breathing down his neck because he has not opened a trade today and needs valid action before the session ends in 4 hours and 3 minutes. Javier Maddaley is still the tower at the top, and that 23 5K plus tournament total means the chase pack is fighting for oxygen, not just points.
Chidhambara Raja just turned TQQ and SQQ into a 1-2 punch at 11:57 a.m. New York time, and that's a huge session repair because it pushes his day straight into leaderboard defending territory.
BHUV 25 ants NVDA work is the cleanest counter-trend story on the board because that 11:53 a.m. New York time lift trimmed the session damage and keeps third place from feeling fragile.
Yash Pawar still hasn't printed a trade today, and with a little over 4 hours left, the risk isn't PNL, it's failing the daily trade requirement before the clock runs out.
Lakhangur Sali is keeping fifth place alive with a modest green session at 11:57 a.m. New York time. And that quiet profit matters because it buys patience without inviting reckless fireworks.
Javier 116 is still the summit anchor, and his tournament total at 11:59 a.m. ET keeps first place defended by real distance, not a single lucky spike.
Groaning. Chida is the active closer, but Booth 25 and is still fighting negative ground. And that gap matters because one trader is building cushion while the other is still defending the session.
On Brett, Javier 116 has the widest footprint with 7 stocks. Chida has only 2 but far more efficiency. And Booth 25 and 6 stock load is still paying for every mistake.
Booth 25's day is still under pressure, but the smaller unrealized drag means the fight is about containment now, not a complete reset before the close.
Javier 116 is still the wall at rank 1, while Chida and Bub 25 and R chasing from far behind, and that gap changes every decision on this board.
Cheetah's active session is built on 4,000 shares across 2 stocks, while Booth 25N has 5,600 shares spread across 6, so one looks concentrated and the other looks stretched.
At 11:58 a.m. ET, Cheetah's SQQ and TQQ sequence kept the pressure valves open, and that kind of rapid-fire defense is how second place stays alive.
B2V25 and is still the most fragile name in the trio because the realized loss outweighs the tiny unrealized cushion and the board is demanding a cleaner finish.
Javier Maddaley is still the mountain at the top, and that 23 5K tournament mark means every fresh gain is about defending first place, not chasing some fantasy comeback.
Groaning. Trudambara Raja is sitting in second with no trade today, and that turns the clock into the enemy because rank protection means nothing if the session never gets a fresh print.
whoever 25N is the active pressure point now, because the live day is negative, while the tournament total still keeps third place intact, so every decision has to avoid turning a repair into a slide.
Lakhangur Sali is still protecting a modest green session, and that matters because fifth place stays defended when you can hold profit without reaching for extra risk. Jayaveer Madali is still the summit story, and that 23 5K tournament mark means the lead is being defended now, not just enjoyed, which is a very different kind of pressure.
And now the scoreboard keeps flashing fresh help from Sasko and Len, so Javier Madali is getting breadth on top of size, which is exactly how a leader buries a chase.
Groaning. Chidambara. Raja sits second on tournament points, but with no trade printed today, the rank is living on borrowed time if the clock keeps draining.
The wild part is the intraday reversal. At 11:58 a.m. New York time, Chidambara Raja went from a deep session hole to a positive day, which tells you the recent TQQ and SQQ sequence finally caught traction.
Jayaveer Madali is still the benchmark at the summit, and that 23 5K plus tournament total means the entire room is chasing a defended crown, not an open seat.
Groaning. Cisco and Lin are adding quieter fuel underneath that same top spot. So Jayaveer Madali is not just leading, he is layering protection across the session.
TQQQ and SQQQ both fed that rebound sequence, which matters because it turned a rough morning into a salvageable second-place defense instead of a ranking emergency.
Abhijit Kaktikar just took a massive hit at 11:01 a.m. New York time, and that kind of shock changes everything because it forces damage control instead of any real leaderboard push.
Jayaveer Madali is still locked in first, and that 23 6K tournament mark means his job is pure defense now, with every fresh lift making the crown harder to pry loose.
Go's SQQ and TQQ bursts at 11:08 a.m. New York time were doing real rescue work for Chidambara Raja, but the chop means he still has to prove he can stop the bleeding when the tape turns again.
Kedvarov 25 and took a fresh hit on GLD at 12:03 p.m. New York time, and that drop matters because it drags a high-volume trader back under pressure just when he needs cleaner execution.
Manish Kapoor is the one staring at the procedural clock now, because a small live loss is one thing, but staying active before close is what keeps the day from becoming a bigger problem. Jayaveer Madali is still the wall at the top, and with tournament net PNL today above 23, 6K, every fresh pop is about locking first place, not chasing extra spectacle.
Chidambara Raja is defending second, and that SQQ and TQQ burst around 11:58 a.m. New York time tells you the session can still swing fast enough to wreck or rebuild a chase.
Yash Pawar's big loss at 11:01 a.m. New York time erased a huge cushion, so fourth place is now more about stabilizing the session than pretending the leaderboard pressure is gone.
Liking Gosali is the quiet defender in fight, and even a modest life cushion matters now because it keeps the pack from sniffing too close before the close.
Jayaveer Madali is still the mountain at the top, and that 23 6K tournament total keeps first place sealed while everyone else is forced into chase mode.
Groaning Chidambara Raja is still second on tournament net PNL, but that's SQQ and TQQ run at 11:58 a.m. New York time says he's defending rank with momentum, not just sitting on an old score.
PHOV 25 and A's GLD hit at 11:03 a.m. New York time is the dangerous one, because that drawdown pushes a high-volume trader closer to damage control trading than clean execution.
Lakangasali is still holding the fifth place lane together, and staying near break even in this tape is exactly how you avoid getting swallowed by the lower pack. Javier Maddaley is still the wall at the top, and that 23 6K tournament mark means the field is chasing a fortress, not just a comfortable cushion.
Shidung Bararadal is still holding second on tournament score.
And his TQQ and SQQ work has kept the door open, but the lack of a fresh trade today keeps the clock in play.
Yash Pawar's SOXL push at 12:07 p.m. New York time is the cleanest live boost on the board because it protects his fourth place position and keeps the chase pressure manageable.
Abjit Kaktikar's NFLX repair is the kind of rescue that matters because it trims the day's damage and stops the leaderboard bleed from getting uglier.
Lakan Gusali is the quieter one on the board, but staying near break-even in this tape keeps fifth place from turning into a panic zone before the close.
Javier 116 is still the benchmark at rank 1, and Chitta is the active chaser in second. This is leader defense versus a trader who's trying to close the gap with real volume.
Javier 116's profile is unusually clean. All 5,189.18 is unrealized at 12:08 p.m. ET, which means the leader is still carrying market exposure instead of locking it in.
The risk contrast is huge here. Javier 116 has 7 stocks in play, while Chitta has only 2, so the leader is diversified and the chaser is concentrated.
Cheetah's trough at negative 968.7 and rebound to 960 by 12:08 p.m. ET is the comeback story of the matchup, but he still needs more upside to threaten first.
Javier Maddaley is still the wall at the top, and his tournament lead keeps looking sturdier because the cushion is built on a real multi-stock stack, not a single lucky burst.
Chidhambara Raja still sits second on tournament net PNL, but the real story is that today's live tape is now working harder for him, which keeps the pressure on the people behind him.
The sequence in SOXL is especially important because Yash Pawar already had the earlier pop, so this latest push strengthens the same trade idea instead of asking him to reinvent the session.
Javier Maddaley's NVDA strength is the kind of structural support that scares the field because it protects rank 1 and forces every chaser to find a much bigger move. Anusha 25_12 still holds rank 6 over Copper Mormon at 7, but the real story is the size gap. One trader is carrying a much heavier tournament burden into the final stretch.
The posture split is clean. Anusha 25_12 has 1,600 shares across 2 stocks, while Kapoman has only 400 shares in one name, so the leader is taking far more directional risk.
Kapoman looks quieter, but that lower trade footprint means he is still alive for a clean push, especially with only 1 stock in play and no extra clutter on the book.
On the leaderboard, this is 6th versus 7th, but the comparison underneath is really execution versus restraint, and that difference is what decides whether the gap closes or widens before close.
Javier Maddaley is still bossing the board with 23/7K tournament net PNL at 12:10 p.m. New York time, and that kind of cushion makes every chaser feel the war getting taller.
Groaning, Yash Pawar finally caught a clean burst from SOXL at 12:07 p.m. New York time, and that recovery matters because it pulls the session off the ropes and back into playable territory.
BHUV25 Ann is the one taking the sharpest damage now because GLD worsened the day at 12:03 p.m. New York time, and the live drawdown makes every later decision carry more leaderboard risk.
Manish Kapoor is still fighting from the red side of the ledger, and at rank 7 with the negative tournament mark, he needs one clean idea fast just to stop the field pulling away. Javier 116 is still the benchmark at rank 1, and that 5,232.43 tournament mark at 12:12 p.m. ET gives everyone else a mountain to climb before the close.
Cheetah is doing the cleaner work right now, with 4,000 shares across 2 stocks and a realized gain of 960 at 12:12 p.m. ET, which shows controlled aggression.
Pulls 25 and has the heaviest workload with 8,800 shares and 6 stocks traded, but that activity has not translated into a safer spot at 12:12 p.m. ET.
Javier 116 and B Herb 25, and now the sharpest contrast on the board. One is pressing a first place fortress, the other is still trying to stop the bleed at 12:12 p.m. ET.
Javier Madeley just added again at 12:12 p.m. New York time, and that fresh Lin push makes first place feel even harder to chase, with the prize lead still widening.
Groaning Chidambara is still second on the tournament board, but the real story is protection mode now because the gap to third stays useful only if he keeps the session from leaking.
And look at the SOXL run for Chidambara Raja at 12:07 p.m. New York time, because that kind of momentum helps him stop the earlier damage from defining the whole day.
B Chuve 25 Anane's GLD hit at 12:03 p.m. New York time is the opposite kind of pressure, since it drags the day lower and leaves third place more exposed to any late session slip.
Abhijit Kaktikar still has the cleaner recovery arc on the board, because NFLX has already shown it can pull him back from the edge instead of leaving him trapped in defense. Javier Madeley just tacked on more tournament value at 12:12 p.m. New York time, and that keeps his first place cushion feeling less like a lead and more like a locked gate.
Groaning. Yash Parwar's SOXL run at 12:07 p.m. New York time is doing the heavy lifting for his session, and that kind of grind matters more than flashy spikes when you're trying to climb cleanly.
Chidambara Raja still owns second overall on tournament score, but the lack of a fresh trade today means his position is protected by the scoreboard more than by active firepower.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX rebound is still the rescue story here, because that recovery at 11:33 a.m. New York time stops the session from staying trapped in damage control mode.
The important angle is breadth, not just size. Javier Madeley had NVDA doing heavy lifting earlier, and now Lin adds another support beam under first place. Compare the gap. Javier 116 sits more than 4,000 ahead of Cheetah at 12:16 p.m. ET, so this match is really about defense versus a late surge.
On aggression, the contrast is brutal. Javier 116 did it with almost no share count. Chida pushed 4,000 shares and boofed 25 and has been the busiest of the three.
Javier 116's unrealized book is carrying the whole session, and that matters because a zero realized lead is still a live lead if the mark keeps climbing.
Viva 25 An is the one under the most pressure because the realized loss is still doing damage while the unrealized cushion is too small to relax.
Javier Madeley is still the mountain at the top, and that 23 6K tournament total gives him a cushion. The chasers have to chip at all afternoon, not just admire.
Yash Power's SOXL run at 12:07 p.m. New York time is the kind of burst that can change his whole session profile because it turns a small positive day into real leaderboard noise.
And that SOXL follow-through matters even more after the earlier reset, because Yash Power has gone from damage control to pressure building in a very short window.
Our BG Cacticar is still below the line on the day, so that NFLX repair work at 11:33 a.m. New York time is less a victory lap and more a search for oxygen.
Javier Motley just got another lift from Lynn at 12:12 p.m. New York time, and that matters because it reinforces first place with another clean support leg instead of a single isolated spike.
Growing, FCAF 25, and GLD hit at 12:03 p.m. New York time is the kind of drag that keeps a third-place trader from looking comfortable, even if the tournament rank still says he's hanging on.
The interesting read on Chidhambar Arabia is that SOXL and TQQ were building him fast earlier, but the reversal at 12:01 p.m. New York time means those gains are no longer an easy cushion.
And that's why the leader feels so heavy right now. Javier Medali is stacking gains across MVDA and Lynn, which makes the tournament lead look defended by structure, not luck. Javier Medali is still setting the pace at the top, and that 23 6K tournament stack gives first place real armor, while the chasers keep trying to find a crack.
Chidhambara Raja is still protecting second, and the SQQ-TQQ combo at 11:58 a.m. New York time shows he can swing both directions without giving up the podium fight.
That same trader took a nasty hit at 12 p.m. New York time, and the big loss matters because it reminds everyone that second place is secure on the board, not immune in the tape.
BH 25 and is the pressure point now because GLD at 11:03 a.m. New York time added to the drawdown and leaves rank 3 defending position instead of pressing upward.
Manish Kapoor is still hanging near the bottom, but the real issue is tournament damage, not just today's small dip, so every later trade has to justify the risk.
Javier Medali is still the standard at the top, and that 23 6K tournament cushion means first place is being defended with real distance, not just smoke.
Chidmabra Raja is the live pressure point now because SOXL turned into a two-step ramp at 12:06 p.m. New York time and kept the session climbing instead of stalling.
Groaning. That same trader is still carrying the burden of a prior smash, so the SOXL pop matters more as repair work than as a victory lap, even with rank 2 intact.
DHUV 25, N is the caution name in third, and GLD sliding deeper at 12:03 p.m. New York time adds another layer of session stress, because the daily red is now widening, not shrinking.
Abhijit Kartikar is still below water on the day, but the NFLX repair sequence at 11:33 a.m. New York time keeps him from looking trapped, and that matters in a late session rescue attempt.
Java 01 lets Gang still owns the top rung, and the gap versus Chitter and Booth 25, and it's no accident at 12:21 p.m. ET. The leader is protecting a much cleaner tournament shape.
Chitter's 4,000 shares traded versus Booth 25and's 8,800 tells you who's fighting harder, but Booth 25and's red session at 12:21 p.m. ET says all that extra activity still hasn't translated cleanly.
Javier 116 just kept adding fuel with MVDA at 12:20 p.m. ET, and that matters because the leader is widening the moat without needing heavy share turnover.
Prone. 25 on's path is the danger zone. 8,800 shares, 6 stocks and a negative read at 12:21 p.m. ET means the aggression is there, but the scoreboard is still asking for proof.
Javier Maddaley is still the mountain at the top. And with 23, 5K in tournament P&L, the chase pack needs a real breakaway just to threaten first place.
Lin is doing the same job for Javier Maddali, and that 12 p.m. New York time lift shows this book has depth instead of depending on one hot name.
Groaning Chidambara, Raja sits second on tournament score with 2K, but the real tension is that his daily action is clean enough to stay relevant while the leader keeps widening the gap.
Yash Pawar's SOXL run is the cleanest mid-pack momentum print right now, and the 12:21 p.m. New York time move keeps his day constructive without needing a leaderboard miracle.
Thilo Kangrasali is still under pressure after the MSFT hit at 12:21 p.m. New York time, and that kind of slip makes every later decision about defense instead of expansion.
Javier Maddaley just pushed the lead even harder, and that NVDA surge at 12:22 p.m. New York time makes the top spot look fortified instead of exposed.
Groaning Chidambara Raja is still holding second on tournament P&L, but the TQQ and SQQ combination at 11:58 a.m. New York time is doing the heavy lifting and keeping the chase alive.
The contrast is sharp for BHF 25 and GLD at 11:03 a.m. New York time was a drag, but the more recent SQQ lift shows the day is still being actively repaired rather than abandoned.
Yash Power's SOXL run is the cleanest momentum shot in the middle of the board, and that 12:21 p.m. New York time burst tells you he is still pushing for upside instead of just defending. Javier Maddaley is still the name everybody is hunting, and that 23 6K tournament total means first place is being defended with real distance, not just a lucky cushion.
Chidambar Raja is still in firm second on tournament score, and that 12:23 p.m. New York time TQQ and SQQ pairing shows he can still weaponize both sides of the tape.
Yash Power just got a clean lift from SOXL at 12:23 p.m. New York time, and that matters because it stabilizes fourth place, while the gap above stays within reach.
Groaning, Lakangrasali is getting squeezed too, and that 12:23 p.m. New York time MSFT drop adds to the problem because sixth place now needs a cleaner trade than the session is giving them.
Javier Maddaley is still the tower at the top, and that 23 5K plus tournament cushion means everyone else is chasing structure, not just trying to catch a number.
Chidambara Raja is still second, and that 12:23 p.m. New York time jump in SOXL shows he can still press the tape hard enough to keep the chase honest.
Lakangrasali is taking repeated hits in MSFT, and the 12:24 p.m. New York time print makes this look less like noise and more like a session that is refusing to stabilize.
Abhijit Kaktikar is still under pressure, and that MSFT slide at 12:24 p.m. New York time is the kind of drag that can turn a manageable day into a scramble fast.
Yash Pawar has the cleaner looking day in the middle of the pack, and so XL at 12:23 p.m. New York time is doing the heavy lifting that keeps his leaderboard position from getting ugly.
Javier Maddaley is still the mountain at the top, and with NVDA feeding that lead again, the chasers are not hunting a mumby, they are hunting a fortress.
Lakangrasali keeps getting mauled by MSFT, and that slide at 12:25 p.m. New York time turns a small sixth-place cushion into a real stress test for the rest of the session.
Chidambara Raja is still defending second by tournament equity, and the SQQ and TQQ work means his book is actively moving, not just sitting on yesterday's score.
Abhijit Kaktikar is still the live danger name in fifth, and even after the earlier recovery, MSFT pushing him lower again means the fight is about survival, not style points. Javier Madali is still running the board, and that 23 5K tournament mark means the whole field is chasing a fortress, not just a first place number.
And now that same top spot looks even harder to crack, since Lin already gave Javier Madali another layer of cushion earlier today, so chasers need perfection.
Chidambara Raja is safely second on tournament equity, but the bigger problem is his session has not had a fresh trade today, so the clock is doing the squeezing for him.
Yet UV25 Aneds is still the active risk name in third, and the latest SQQ recovery matters, because it trims the red and keeps the leaderboard cushion from getting tested too hard.
Yash Pawar finally got paid on SOXL, and that rebound is useful because it softens an ugly earlier swing and keeps him from sliding further down the board.
Javier 116 is still the benchmark at rank 1, but Chidden and Boo 25 and are fighting very different battles underneath him, and that gap is what the whole matchup is built on.
Cheetah has 5,000 shares traded across just 2 stocks, while Booth 25 has hit 8,800 shares in 6 names, so the second and third spots are being chased with very different levels of aggression.
NVDA is the engine behind Javier 116 right now, and that late push at 12:27 p.m. ET shows first place is being defended with live upside, not just old gains.
Groening 525 and is still active, but the minus 136 session at 12:28 p.m. ET means he needs a tighter finish just to keep third from turning into a scramble.
Javier Madali is still steering the whole board at rank 1, and his 23 5K tournament total keeps first place defended by cushion, not just by habit.
NVDA just fired another massive push for Javier Madali, and that repeat strength is the kind of thing that forces everyone else to trade for perfection.
Groaning Lakangasali is getting hammered by MSFT again, and the back-to-back damage says this session is spending energy just trying to stop the slide.
Yash Pawar has SOXL working in his favor right now, and that matters because a cleaner session gain can help him climb without overextending risk.
Manish Kapoor is still below water on the tournament ledger, so any small session cleanup is about survival first and leaderboard impact second.
Javier Madali is still setting the pace, and that NVDA back cushion means the field has to chase a leader who keeps finding new layers instead of giving one back.
Ronan 5 and I got the SQQ damage cleaned up, but the day is still slightly underwater, so third place stays safe only if he stops feeding the tape more mistakes.
Yash Pawar's SOXL momentum is a live threat now because that lift keeps him building from fourth and puts real heat on the names above him.
Abhijit Kaktikar's MSFT drag is still the clearest pressure point on the board, and with that loss hanging over his session, the recovery job stays very real.
Javier Madali is still towering over the board, and that 23 4K plus tournament cushion keeps the whole chase pack forced into perfection mode, not merely aggression.
Groaning Chidambara Raja is sitting second by tournament score, but he still has to keep printing activity because the live TQQ pop at 12:29 a.m. New York time is what protects him from getting overtaken by cleaner execution.
Yash Pawar's SOXL strength at 12:28 a.m. New York time is notable because it's a clean session boost, and that kind of lift keeps him relevant in the middle of the table.
Abhijit Kaktikar is still carrying damage on the day, so the leaderboard story is less about rank right now and more about whether he can find one clean reversal before the bell.
Javier Maddaley just tacked on another burst in NVDA at 12:31 p.m. New York time, and that kind of extension makes the top seat look defended by momentum, not by history.
Chidambara Raja is finally stacking real session lift through TQQ and SQQ at 12:31 p.m. New York time, and that matters because second place is getting defended with active firepower.
Abhijit Kaktikar is still under pressure from MSFT, and that latest slide keeps fifth place in a recovery posture instead of a comfort zone.
Yash Pawar is getting a clean push from SOXL at 12:31 p.m. New York time, and that fresh lift keeps him dangerous to the names above him if the momentum holds into the close.
Lakham Gusali's MSFT pain is the opposite story, because repeated downside there turns sixth place into a patience test and leaves almost no room for another stumble.
Javier Maddaley is still towering over this bracket, and that 23 4K tournament stack means first place is defended by real distance, not just a lucky spike.
Groaning, Chidambara Raja is still holding second, and the SQQ and TQQ pops around 12:31 p.m. New York time show he can press both sides of the tape without giving back the rank.
Yash Pawar's SOXL burst is doing real work at 12:32 p.m. New York time, and with only a modest tournament cushion above the pack, that kind of acceleration keeps fourth place in striking range.
Gusping Lakangur Sali has been under a steady MSFT grind, and with that session still negative at 12:32 p.m. New York time, the priority is simple: stop the leak before the leaderboard gap widens again.
Javier Maddaley is still setting the pace, and that NVDA burst at 12:33 p.m. New York time adds fresh armor to a first place lead already built on real depth.
Bull 25 and has turned SQQ into a full recovery story, and the 12:33 p.m. New York time pop shows a trader trying to stabilize rank instead of chase disaster.
Abhijit Kaktikar is still fighting the Microsoft drag, and that 12:29 p.m. New York time slide matters because it keeps the session under pressure while others are building cushion.
Javier Maddaley is still the benchmark, and his 23 5K tournament cushion means first place is defended by structure now, not just one lucky burst.
Chidambara Raja just turned SQQ into a real recovery engine at 12:34 p.m. New York time, and that swing lifts his live session while keeping second place firmly in play.
Sign with dose 25 and QQQ rebound at 12:34 p.m. New York time is the kind of repair work that steadies third place, especially after earlier red pressure tried to shake him loose.
Abhijit Kaktikar is still staring at MSFT pressure, and the repeated drawdown means his session needs a fresh answer fast if he wants fifth place to stop slipping.
Hi. Laikan Gorsali also took MSFT damage at 12:29 p.m. New York time, so sixth place is being defined by survival discipline rather than any clean intraday trend.
Javier Maddaley is still the benchmark at the top, and that 23 5K tournament cushion means the entire chase pack has to swing bigger just to make first place uncomfortable.
That same NVDA burst at 12:31 p.m. New York time shows this lead is getting built by live execution, not just by earlier scoreboard history, and that is brutal for the chasers.
Chidambara Raja has been grinding higher with SQQ and TQQ, and that mixtape tells me he is defending second place through active trading instead of coasting.
BH Duve 25 times.
SQQQ rebound at 12:35 p.m. New York time turned a rough session into a small positive print, which matters because third place is now being defended by recovery, not surrender.
Lakan Gorsali is still under pressure from MSFT, and the 12:29 p.m. New York time drop means sixth place is fighting to stop the day from slipping further off the rails.
Javier Maddaley is still sitting on top by tournament strength, and with that 23 5K cushion, every new win just makes the chase pack feel even smaller.
Yash Power's SOXL run is the cleanest pressure release on the board right now, because that 12:34 p.m. New York time jump to $654.50 gives him real room to stay aggressive.
Chidambara Raja still holding second by tournament net PNL to debt, but the live tape has been more modest, so the real task is preserving rank while others swing harder around him.
Abhijit Kaktikar is the one still fighting uphill, and without a fresh ticker pop in this snapshot, that negative live day keeps every next decision under a microscope.
Javier Maddaley is still the wall at the top, and that 23 5K tournament cushion at 12:38 p.m. New York time makes every chase a fight uphill for the $1,000 prize.
Chidambara Raja has both SQQ and TQQ working in the same window, and that 12:31 p.m. New York time burst shows he is pressing for second place control instead of just defending it.
Yash Power's SOXL streak is the big intraday accelerator, and the 12:34 p.m. New York time pop keeps fourth place from drifting into pure defensive mode.
Manish Kapoor is barely hanging on to seventh, and with only a small daily loss, this is more about stopping the slide than making a leaderboard leap.
Javier 116 is still the benchmark at rank 1, and that 5,018.83 tournament mark at 12:39 p.m. ET tells the chasers they're racing a wall, not a target.
Javier 116 has only 7 stocks in play, while Chida has 8,000 shares traded across 2 names, which makes this a contrast between selective control and heavy rotation.
NVDA just added another 919.20 at 12:33 p.m. ET for Javier 116, and that kind of late session lift is exactly how a leader turns a margin into a moat. Javier Maddaley is still the fortress on top, and that 23 5K tournament cushion means the chase pack needs a monster finish, not just a decent afternoon.
Chidambara Raja has the cleanest intraday push behind the leader, and at 11:40 a.m. New York time, his TQQ work keeps second place alive, instead of merely parked.
Yash Pawar is the other live threat on the board, and SOXL at 11:40 a.m. New York time gives him a fast-moving lane that can close gaps quickly if he keeps pressing.
Lakan Gurzali is hanging on to 6 with only modest daily drag. So the real story is survival mode, keep the seat, avoid a bigger hole, and wait for somebody above the slip. Javier Maddaley is still the fortress at the top, and that 23 5K tournament cushion means every fresh green push keeps the chasing pack in a tighter and tighter box.
Chidambara Raja is holding second with room to maneuver, but the leaderboard gap is still wide enough that one good TQQ lift matters more than a noisy string of small trades.
ViewBav 25 and just dragged SQQ back into positive territory at 12:40 p.m. New York time, and that kind of snapback is exactly how a shaky third-place defense stops looking fragile.
The key detail on Javier Maddaley is that NVDA at 12:33 p.m. New York time added nearly $1,000 of lift, so first place is being reinforced by real momentum, not just scoreboard inertia.
Abhijit Kaktikar is still below water wall today, so the real story is not the number itself. It is whether he can use the remaining window to stop the leak before close.
Javier Maddaley is still the mountain at the top, And that 23 5K tournament cushion means everyone else is fighting for scraps unless they can force a major swing late.
Bara Raja has the second spot protected, and TQQ keeps showing up as the engine behind that recovery, which is exactly how you stay dangerous without overextending.
Jayaveer Madali's NVDA contribution matters because it shows first place is being built by active execution, not a single lucky hold, which makes the lead much harder to attack.
Lakane Ghazali is quietly holding fifth with a controlled drawdown, and that low drama profile can still cash in if the traders above start shaking late. JVO 116 is still holding first at 12:43 p.m. ET, and that lead looks built for the trophy chase, while Koppelman has to fight from rank 7 with far less room for error.
Risk posture splits them cleanly too. Jayaveer 116 is all unrealized at 12:43 p.m. ET, which keeps flexibility high, while Kapoorman's loss is already realized, meaning the damage is locked in.
Koppelman's whole tournament footprint is narrow, with one stock and 400 shares through the tape by 12:43 p.m. ET, so the comeback path depends on one clean idea landing hard.
The unrewarded part of Jayaveer 116's day is that realized P&L is still zero at 12:43 p.m. ET, so the lead is powerful but still waiting for a finished hand.
Jayaveer Madali is still the summit anchor, and with 23 5K in tournament gains, the chasing pack needs a monster run just to make first place feel reachable.
Chidambara Raja has turned TQQ into a live second-place defense, and that 12:31 p.m. New York swing says he is still capable of pressuring the leader if the tape keeps stretching.
Bruong 25 and says QQ repair is the kind of cleanup that keeps third place alive because the day was negative and now the damage is at least getting pulled back toward manageable.
Yash Pawar's SOXL burst is important because it lifts his session into clearer green territory, and that kind of clean intraday strength keeps him from being an easy target on the board.
Sally is holding a small cushion in sixth, and that matters because a thin tournament edge can still become a real prize threat if the names above keep wobbling.
Jayaveer 116 is still miles ahead of Chada, and that rank 1 cushion makes this a real leaderboard defense, not just a fight over today's P&L.
Jayaveer 116's unrealized heavy profile matters at 12:45 p.m. ET because that kind of cushion can hold first place without forcing extra realized risk into the tape.
At 12:45 p.m. ET, Java 116's 1,458.73 jump versus Chidda's 725-point climb shows the leader pulling away faster, even while the chaser keeps pressing with volume.
Chidda's 8,000 shares across 2 stocks at 12:45 p.m. ET is the clearest chase profile here. More commitment, more opportunity, but also far less room for a mistake. Chidambar Raja is keeping second place honest with a clean live gain, but the bigger story is that his tournament total still trails the leader by a wide, uncomfortable margin.
DUB 25 and just dragged SQQ back from the edge again at 12:45 p.m. New York time, and that repair matters because it turns a shaky third place day into something still defendable.
Abhijit Kaktikar still has a negative session, so the leaderboard pressure is about containment now, not celebration, and every rescue trade has to justify the risk.
Manish Kapoor is still below water in 7th, but the live session stays alive because even a modest finish can stop the tournament from sliding any lower.
Jayaveer Madali is still sitting on a towering tournament lead, and that kind of cushion makes every chase a fight for scraps instead of a clean takeover.
Jalapara Racha has second place secured by tournament strength, but his live session is still modest, so the real pressure is keeping that gap from narrowing into a knife fight.
Yash Pawar's SOXL burst at 11:43 a.m. New York time pushed his session into strong territory, and that kind of lift keeps him relevant in the chase instead of just hanging around fourth.
The HUV-25 AND's SQQQ recovery at 11:45 a.m. New York time clipped the damage, and that matters because third place stays dangerous only if he can keep converting rebounds into stability.
Groaning Lekangusali is still above the danger line in sixth, and that narrow cushion is the sort of thing that disappears fast if the next decision gets sloppy.
Javier Maddaley is still the summit anchor, and that 23 5K tournament total means first place is protected by real distance, not a single lucky swing.
Chidhambara Raga has second place on watch because the live day is green and the trade count shows he's been active enough to keep pressure on the leaders.
Groaning 25 and Ann is still the fragile third place profile, and that negative session print means every new decision has to repair confidence instead of just chasing size.
Ace QQ has been the rescue line for BH-UV-25 AN, with that sharp intraday rebound at 12:45 p.m. New York time, cutting deep into earlier damage and stabilizing third place.
Abjit Kaktikar's day is still under pressure, and with only 3 trades on the board, the next move has to defend rank before it can chase anything bigger.
Javier Maddaley still owns the summit, and with tournament net P&L above 23,500, the crown is being defended by distance, not just speed.
Cronin Barbara Raja is the clean second-place threat because his tournament total is still well behind first, but the live session is healthy enough to keep pressure on the podium.
The UV-25 and just got a big repair from SQQ, and that rebound is crucial because it turns a shaky third-place day into something he can still manage before the close.
Yash Pawar's SOXL surge is the most aggressive chase signal on the board, and the move matters because it gives him a real shot at closing the gap on the leaders.
Lekeangur Sali is hanging on to fifth without much room to waste, and that smaller draw keeps the chase alive if the bigger names keep wobbling.
Javier Maddaley is still the summit anchor, and that 23 4K plus tournament score means first place is defended by distance, not by luck, so chasers need something huge just to stay relevant.
Chidambara Raja just picked up TQQ at 12:31 p.m. New York time for a $400 lift, and that's not just a green print, that's a signal his second place defense is still active.
Yash Pawar's SOXL burst is the cleanest momentum note below the podium because a $1,207 session at 12:49 p.m. New York time keeps fourth place sounding dangerous.
Lekangusali is hanging on to sixth with a smaller red day than the names above, and that quieter profile can still survive if the late session swings keep chewing up the middle of the board.
Javier Maddaley is still the fortress at the top, and with 23 5K in tournament profit, the crown is protected by real distance instead of a single lucky burst.
Shouting.
Javier Maddaley is still the fortress, at number 1, and that 23 5K plus tournament cushion means every new green print is less about chasing and more about protecting the crown.
Chidhambra Raja is holding second on tournament score, but the scary part is he has no trade printing today, so the clock is starting to matter as much as the rank.
Yash Power's SOXL burst at 9:43 a.m. New York time is the kind of move that can reshape a session because it turns a strong intraday run into real leaderboard leverage.
Manish Kapoor is the quiet danger at the bottom of the board because one tidy trade could stop the slide, but another miss keeps him stuck fighting for survival.
Jayavir Madali is still towering over the field with 23 5K plus on tournament points. And that kind of cushion means first place is about defense now, not discovery.
Yash Pawar just got a real session spark from SOXL at 12:52 p.m. New York time, and that move matters because it turns his day from procedural pressure into actual leaderboard momentum.
Chidhambra Raja sits safely second on tournament equity, but with no fresh symbol action in the feed, his lead is more about accumulated score than a live sprint right now.
Haik Gusali is protecting fifth with a small red session, and that matters because a narrow cushion can disappear fast if he starts forcing size instead of protecting position.
Jayavir Madali is still the mountain at the top, and that 23 5K tournament cushion means the field is chasing a fortress, not a soft lead.
Chidhambra Raja is the clearest pursuer because the second place net total is far enough behind to need a real breakout, not just drift.
Groaning, Yash Pawar's SOXL burst at 12:52 p.m. New York time finally gives him a live session to defend, and that is the difference between pressure and irrelevance.
Bichu Viv 25 AN's SQQQ recovery at 12:50 p.m. New York time is doing repair work, but the negative live day still keeps every new decision under a microscope.
Habajit Kaktikar is still digging out of a rough session, and his edge now depends on whether the next trade keeps the repair alive instead of reopening the hole.
Jayavir Madali is still the summit anchor, and that 23 4K plus tournament total means first place is being defended by distance, not just by one hot burst.
Chidhambra Raja just got a double engine lift from TQQ and SQQ at 12:54 p.m. New York time, and that kind of day repair is exactly how second place starts acting dangerous.
Yash Pawar's SOXL burst at 12:54 p.m. New York time keeps the fourth place chase alive because a smaller live gain can still matter when the pack ahead is already stretched.
Hailak Hangasali is trying to protect sixth place with a live loss still on the board, so the real question now is whether discipline shows up before the closing bell does.
Jayavir Madali is still the mountain at the top, and that 5,000 plus live cushion keeps first place feeling defended instead of merely occupied.
The newest engine is NVDA at 12:54 p.m. New York time, and that extra $954 shows Jayavir Madali is still converting one hot name into leaderboard security.
Groaning, he's sitting on 6 1K tournament profit now, so the real story is not the day's number, it's how much distance he's still trying to carve out from the pack.
BHUV 25 announced SQQ rebound at 12:55 p.m. New York time, trimmed the damage again, and that matters because third place stays alive only if the red keeps getting managed, not ignored.
Haigit Kaktikar is still bleeding on the day, but the smaller loss now is the only reason fifth place hasn't turned into a full panic chase.
Cheetah is still the rank 2 hammer, while BWAP 25, Annette and Prof Pawar 07 are chasing from third and fourth, and that leaderboard gap decides how aggressive each one can get.
BHO of 25 N is carrying the heavier risk profile, with more realized damage and 6 stocks traded, while Prof Power 07 has just one name and no unrealized drag at 12:57 p.m. ET.
Cheetah session is the cleanest on the board right now because 720 realized profit plus 110 unrealized at 12:57 p.m. ET means the leaderboard defense is built on actual execution.
Prof Power 07 is the quiet efficiency play here. Positive tournament PNL, 1 stock, and no unrealized baggage at 12:57 p.m. ET, which keeps the climb simple and disciplined.
Javier 116 still owns first place, but Chidda is the only chaser with enough live activity to keep that race honest, and that contrast is what the whole board is watching.
Chida's TQQ and SQQ work at 12:57 p.m. ET is still powering the chase, and that 2-name engine shows he's attacking the leaderboard instead of just protecting it.
Compare the scale and it gets ugly for the field. Javier 116 has the bigger profit stack, while Chida has the heavier share load, so one leads with cushion and the other with volume.
Javier 116's NVDA burst at 12:54 p.m. ET widened the gap again, and because that gain is still unrealized, the leader is carrying a live safety net into the final stretch.
The leaderboard takeaway is simple. Javier 116 leads with quieter control, while Chida is swinging harder for the climb, so the last 3 hours reward either discipline or a perfect push.
Javier 116 is still the wall at rank 1, but Chicha's active push keeps second alive. The gap says this race is about defense versus pursuit, not a simple scoreboard check.
Cheetah's live session is the more aggressive profile here, with 10,000 shares traded across just 2 stocks, so the climb has volume behind it instead of quiet drift.
At 12:59 p.m. ET, Javier 116's unrealized cushion still dominates the board, and that matters because the leader can absorb noise while everyone else is forced to chase precision.
This is a classic tournament split. Javier 116 protects first with unrealized strength, while Chida is trying to convert activity into a real rank threat before the final stretch.
Javier Madali is still the wall at the top, and that 23 4K tournament mark means the chase has to solve defense before it can even think about a comeback.
And there's the follow-through at 12:58 p.m. New York time, because TQQ keeps adding fuel, and that tells you the runner-up is not coasting. He's actively widening his cushion.
Groaning, Javier Madali's NVDA burst at 12:58 p.m. New York time is the ugly part for everyone else, since one powerful name is enough to keep first place out of reach.
BH Duvev 25 N is the one absorbing the most stress right now, because the live day is still negative even after SQQ helped recover ground, so third place needs cleaner execution.
Hardijit Kaktikar is still under pressure, and that earlier damage means any small rebound has to do real work before this session stops looking fragile.
Javier Madali is still the summit story, and that 23 4K tournament mark means first place is being defended by real cushion, not just scoreboard luck.
Chidambara Raja is getting a clean lift from TQQ and SQQ at 12:59 p.m. New York time, and that matters because it keeps second place energized instead of just surviving.
Ooh, and 25 Anand's SQQQ recovery at 12:59 p.m. New York time is still working, but the live day remains under pressure, so third place is being held together rather than comfortably owned. Abhijit Kaktikar is still deep in damage control territory, and with the session sitting negative, every attempt to press farther has to be measured instead of heroic.
Lekangur Sali is the quiet hold in fifth, and a small live loss is still better than a full collapse when the payout line is this close.
Javier Madali is still the summit anchor, And at 23, 4K tournament total means first place is defended by real distance, not just a lucky burst.
Groaning. The same trader's SQQ work at 1:01 p.m. New York time kept the session from slipping, so his day is being patched together by fast index hedges instead of clean direction.
BHUV25 and ANS SQQQ recovery at 1:01 p.m. New York time trimmed the damage, but he is still carrying a negative live session, so third place stays under real pressure.
Abhijit Kaktikar is still in damage control territory, and with a negative live day at 1:01 p.m. New York time, every small decision now matters more than the leaderboard math.
Javier Maddaley is still the benchmark at the summit, and that 23 4K tournament total means the room is chasing a defended crown, not an open seat.
Javier Maddaley's NVDA burst at 12:58 p.m. New York time is the kind of heavy lifting that keeps first place expensive to attack because it adds fresh cushion instead of letting the field breathe.
Kakim Terdfivinianens SQQQ recovery at 1:02 p.m. New York time trims the damage and keeps third place from slipping into a pure survival story.
Abhijit Kaktikar is still in damage control mode after that sharp session break, and with only a small tournament total left to defend, he cannot afford another sloppy turn.
Javier Maddaley just stretched the lead again with MVDA at 1:03 p.m. New York time, and that extra engine makes first place feel less like a target and more like a locked vault.
Bruce 25 and finally clawed back that SQQQ drag by 1:03 p.m. New York time, and the bounce matters because it pulls third place away from damage control territory.
Abhijit Kaktikar's latest session loss keeps fifth under real pressure because a 3-trade profile leaves very little room if the next decision doesn't stabilize quickly.
Manish Kapoor sits 7th on tournament points, but the real battlefield is the clock now, because staying active before the bell is the only thing that keeps the day from turning procedural. Javier 116 is still the wall at number 1, and at 1:05 p.m. ET, his 4,959.47 tournament mark keeps first place looking protected rather than merely temporary.
Cheetah versus Behove 25 and is a clean second versus third fight, but Cheetah's 10,000 shares against Behove 25 and his 8,800 shows the higher risk, higher engagement style still belongs to the runner-up.
Shitty Peak has sized the active closer here, and at 1:05 p.m. ET, his 720 realized against 560 unrealized says he's still balancing booked gains with open exposure instead of coasting.
What separates this podium is style. Javier 116 is stacked on 7 stocks. Behove 25 and has 6, and Cheetah has just 2. So diversification versus concentration is deciding the shape of this finish.
The key detail is NVDA at 1:04 p.m. New York time, because that fresh lift added nearly $1,000 to Javier Maddaley and turned his lead into something much harder to pressure.
Chidambara Raja is putting together a real chase, and his TQQ and SQQ work at 1:05 p.m. New York time pushed the session higher enough to keep second place feeling alive and active.
BHOV 25 and just flipped SQQ back into positive territory at 1:05 p.m. New York time, which is important because it repairs the session and keeps third place from looking vulnerable.
Abhijit Kaktikar is still carrying a rough day at 1:05 p.m. New York time, and the negative session number means he is fighting damage control while the pack above him keeps pulling away.
Javier Maddaley is still the fortress on top, And that 23 4K tournament score means the field has to chase a leader built on real distance, not a fragile spike.
Gronin. Puff 25 and was buried earlier, but that SQQ rebound at 1:06 p.m. New York time gets him back near scratch, which is the difference between surviving third place and chasing panic.
Lakangorsili is still fighting from the lower half of the board, and that negative session total means every clean decision now matters more than the raw score itself.
Yash Pawar's session is still in the fight, but that late negative print means he needs another strong push before the clock tightens and fourth place gets awkward.
Javier 116 is still the benchmark in first, and at 1:08 p.m. ET, his lead is built on a broad 7 stock base, which makes the top spot harder to attack.
Cheetah versus Behove 25 and is the clearest chase battle because one is carrying 10,000 shares and realized gains, while the other is still trying to stop a negative session from widening.
Cheetah's recent TQQ and SQQ work at 1:07 p.m. ET shows real aggression, and the mix of realized plus unrealized profit is what keeps him credible in second.
Compare the two chasers here. Cheetah has converted action into a positive tournament cushion, while Boof 25 Ain is still using volume just to escape the downside and stay in striking range.
Javier Maddaley just hardened the top spot again, and with NVDA adding fuel at 12:07 p.m. New York time, that leaderboard cushion is starting to look genuinely defended.
Brumian foul 25 and clawed back hard in SQQ, and that 12:07 p.m. New York time recovery matters because it drags him out of damage control territory and back into a live chase.
Abhijit Kaktikar is still negative on the day, but the smaller SQQQ hit at 1:07 p.m. New York time stops the slide from looking one way and gives him a route to stabilize.
Manish Kapoor stays in the fight at rank 7, and even a modest live print can still matter here because one clean trade could keep him from fading out of the closing scramble. Javier Maddaley is still towering over the field with 23 45K tournament net P&L, and that kind of cushion at 1:10 p.m. New York time makes every chase look uphill.
Groaning. Pukov 25 Arkham Ardis QQQ recovery to -56 at 1:10 p.m. New York time is a survival move, not a victory lap, because the day is still red and every fresh slip matters.
NVDA added a huge late lift for Javier Maddaley at 1:07 p.m. New York time, and that matters because it spreads the lead across multiple names instead of leaving first place exposed.
Lakangorsili is hanging in 6, but that minus 581.9 session at 1:10 p.m. New York time means the leaderboard pressure stays heavy unless a clean rebound shows up fast. Javier 116 is still the mountain at rank 1, and the gap over Chito and Boku 25, and at 1:11 p.m. ET makes this feel less like a race and more like a chase scene.
Cheetah's realized gains are carrying the session with 10,000 shares traded, while Behove 25 An is still negative at 1:11 p.m. ET, which shows active volume is not the same as clean execution.
Chada's trade load is the headline next to the leader because 10,000 shares across just 2 stocks at 1:11 p.m. ET says he's pressing hard for second place.
WEF 25 and's negative realized number and flat unrealized book at 1:11 p.m. ET mean the only thing keeping third place alive is time, not momentum.
Javier Maddaley is still defending first with a massive tournament cushion, and that matters because every fresh gain keeps the chasers staring at a locked gate, not an opening.
Groaning. Puev 25 and is still below water on the session, but that SQQ rebound at 1:10 p.m. New York time at least trims the damage and keeps third from turning into a full panic spot.
Abhijit Kaktikar is still carrying negative day pressure, so the recent SQQ repair at 1:09 p.m. New York time is more about survival math than a clean comeback narrative.
Manish Kapoor sits last on the board, and with a negative tournament total still hanging there, he needs something cleaner before the clock gets unfriendly.
Jayaveer Madali just stretched the tournament lead again, and at 1:12 p.m. New York time, that kind of cushion makes the whole board feel more like a chase scene than a contest.
Boom 25 and is still the one wearing the most scar tissue, and that SQQ repair at 1:10 p.m. New York time only trims the damage instead of flipping third place into safety.
Abhijit Kaktikar's session is still under pressure, but the earlier NFLX recovery matters because it shows he can still find oxygen instead of just surviving on damage control.
Manish Kapoor is still trying to keep the day from drifting lower, and with only a modest red read at 1:12 p.m. New York time, he needs activity that actually moves the leaderboard story.
Jayaveer Madali just pushed the tournament lead even higher, and with 5,000 in live day P&L at 1:13 p.m. New York time, the chasers are still staring at a wall.
Groaning. Puev 25 and's SQQ repair is finally dragging that session loss closer to manageable, but the board still remembers how much damage had to be clawed back by 1:13 p.m. New York time.
Abhijit Kaktikar's daily loss is still the stubborn part of this board, so the real question is whether he can convert a 3-trade day into something that protects 5th place.
Sai Pangasali is 6th on the tournament table, but that rough live session at 1:13 p.m. New York time means the gap to safety is not shrinking by itself.
Manish Kapoor is still carrying the weakest tournament shape at the bottom, and with time burning off this session, every trade now has to earn the right to stay alive. Jayaveer Madali just pushed the lead even higher, and at 1:14 p.m. New York time, that kind of cushion turns first place into a fortress, while the field is still trading for scraps.
Braun at 25 and is still the one carrying the most repair work, and that SQQQ recovery helped at 1:10 p.m. New York time, but it only narrows the hole instead of erasing it.
NVDA is part of why Jayaveer Madali's top spot feels so secure, because that added lift at 1:07 p.m. New York time shows the lead is being built on multiple fronts, not one lucky burst.
Manish Kapoor remains at the bottom of the tournament shape, and with time burning toward the close, the real question is whether he can print enough valid action to stay in the hunt.
Jayaveer Madali's lead is still the story at 1:16 p.m. New York time, and with the top spot built on 23,378.21 tournament P&L, the chasers need something huge to even breathe on him.
That TQQ burst at 1:14 p.m. New York time added $495, and the key is that it keeps Chidambara Raja in attack mode without threatening the second place cushion.
Yash Pawar is still in that thin pressure band, and with a minus 47.4 day at 1:15 p.m. New York time, he needs one clean impulse before the clock starts boxing him in.
Holnakanusali is still carrying the heaviest cleanup job near the bottom half, and that minus 581.9 session at 1:15 p.m. New York time leaves almost no room for sloppy follow-through.
Jayaveer Madali keeps the throne locked down, and that 23 3K tournament total means the Chasers are still hunting a fortress, not a fragile lead.
Steve 25 and just got the SQQ repair working again, and that matters because trimming the day's damage is the only way third place stays in striking distance.
Groaning? Yash Pawar is still living in that thin red session band, so every minute now is about avoiding a sloppy slip that hands momentum to the lower half.
Abhijit Kaktikar's session is still under pressure, and that negative total means the next clean trade has to be a rescue act, not a celebration lap.
Manish Kapoor is still at the bottom of the tournament shape, so this late window is less about style and more about printing enough action to stay alive.
Javier Madali is turning first place into a fortress again, and that NVDA burst at 1:07 p.m. New York time shows the lead is still being built on real structure, not just one hot trade.
That TQQ run at 1:14 p.m. New York time added $495, and it keeps Chidambara Raja in attack mode while still protecting the gap behind the leader.
Brew 25 and SQQQ repair is the whole story in third because that earlier drag has been trimmed enough to keep the podium within reach instead of slipping into damage control.
Yash Pawar is still living in a thin red session band, so the real pressure now is execution quality before the clock compresses the margin for error.
Hi, Lakanga Sali is still trying to stabilize sixth, but the day's loss means rank protection matters more than celebration until a clean rebound actually sticks.
Javier Madali is still sitting on a fortress lead, and with nearly 23 4K tournament P&L, he's forcing everyone else to race the clock, not the scoreboard.
Growing Quest 25 and his third place hold is still built on repair work because that minus 161 day shows SQQQ only trimmed the damage instead of erasing it.
Abhijit Kaktikar is still below water on the day, so the next trade has to stabilize the session first before it can help his ladder position.
Lakan Gursali's sixth place is still under pressure, and the afternoon scoreboard says rank defense matters more than chasing a flashy swing right now.
NVDA is still part of Javier Madali's top-end engine, and that fresh $966 burst at 1:07 p.m. New York time shows the lead is being widened by more than one gear. Javier Madali is still building from the top with a 23 4K tournament total, and this latest push keeps first place looking like a fortress instead of a target.
Brug 25 and Zess. QQQ repair is still doing damage control, but with the day near the wire, trimming the hole is not the same as closing it.
Abhijit Kaktikar is still below water on the session, and that means every new trade has to function as a rescue attempt before it can help the leaderboard.
Lakan Gursali is still fighting to stabilize sixth, and the session drawdown means rank protection is the real mission now, not cosmetic recovery.
Manish Kapoor is still at the bottom of the shape chart, and with the close approaching, every valid trade has to earn its place or the standings stay brutal. Javier Madali is turning the top spot into a wall, and that 23 4K tournament total at 1:20 p.m. New York time keeps first place looking untouchable, while the rest fight for scraps.
Couve 25 and is still carrying a negative session, and that SQQ repair only narrows the damage at 1:20 p.m. New York time instead of flipping third place into comfort.
Abhijit Kaktikar's day is still underwater, and that means every new trade has to be a rescue attempt at 1:20 p.m. New York time, not a victory lap.
Manish Kapoor is stuck at the bottom of the shape chart, and with the close getting closer, he needs valid trades that actually change the story.
Javier 116 is still the benchmark at the top, and his 4,928.78 tournament P&L at 1:22 p.m. ET keeps the rest of the field chasing a very expensive first place.
Javier 116 is carrying almost all of his score unrealized, while Chita has 710 realized at 1:22 p.m. ET, so the leader is floating and the chaser is cashing.
Groaning. Javier 116's range is still cleaner than the chaser's, since his peak hit 5,049.05 and his trough sat at 3,540.45 at 1:22 p.m. ET, which shows controlled damage.
One trader is defending a 7-stock lead profile, the other is working a 2-stock, high-volume attack, and at 1:22 p.m. ET, that contrast is the whole story of this matchup.
Javier Maddaley is still sitting on a towering 23 3K tournament net, and that kind of distance makes first place feel less like a lead and more like a lock vault.
And that TQQ run at 1:21 p.m. New York time adds another layer of control for Chidambara Raja because he's building the chase without letting the board shake him loose.
Yash Pawar's small red session still leaves him in that pressure band, and with only a couple hours left, he needs one clean move to stop the standings from tightening further.
Hi, Lekan Gusali is still fighting to stabilize 6th, and that negative session means the goal is simple now: stop the bleeding enough to survive the final stretch.
Javier Maddaley is turning the final stretch into a fortress because a 23 4K tournament total at 1:23 p.m. New York time keeps first place way out in front of the field.
Our 25N is still fighting from below zero on the day, and that SQQ repair at 1:10 p.m. New York time only trims the damage instead of changing the mood on third place.
Abhijit Kaktikar's negative day keeps the risk conversation alive, because at 1:23 p.m. New York time, every new entry has to be a rescue trade, not a style trade.
Manish Kapoor is still pinned to the bottom of the tournament shape, and with the afternoon running out, every valid trade now has to justify staying alive on the board. Javier Maddaley is still building a fortress at the top, and that 23 3K tournament cushion means the rest of the board is chasing structure, not just a number.
Groaning. That's QQ push at 1:22 p.m. New York time added $365, and it matters because it pads Chidambara Raja's day without exposing second place to a late mistake.
The Yojuvuv 25N is still carrying the roughest third-place profile, and the SQQ rebound has only narrowed the damage rather than turning that session into a clean hold.
Abhijit Kaktikar still has a negative session hanging over him, so this is no longer about style points. It is a rescue mission if he wants the standings to stay survivable.
Manish Kapoor remains pinned to the bottom of the tournament shape, and with the afternoon shrinking, every valid trade has to create a reason to stay in the fight. Javier 116 is still holding first, and that 4,822.83 tournament total at 1:26 p.m. ET makes every chaser measure their pace against a fortress, not a soft target.
Groaning. The gap is not just rank, it is posture, because Javier 116 is improving off 7 stocks traded, while Kapoorman has 1 stock concentration and a much narrower path back.
Kapoorman's 400 shares traded and single stock setup at 1:26 p.m. ET say the risk is all about efficiency now, because the session needs cleaner execution before the clock squeezes tighter.
The swing on Javier 116 is sharp too, from a 3,540.45 trough to that 4,822.83 mark at 1:26 p.m. ET. And that kind of recovery keeps the title pressure pointed downhill.
And that TQQ plus SQQ rhythm from Chidambara Raja is the kind of two-speed attack that keeps chasers honest, because it builds cushion without letting the session get sloppy.
BHUVH25 and is still carrying a negative session, so that third place spot is being defended by tournament equity rather than today's tape, which is a fragile place to stand.
Abhijit Kaktikar's daily hole is still the loudest warning on the board, so every fresh decision now has to protect survival first and ego never.
Javier Madali just kept the throne locked down, and that burst around 12:25 p.m. New York time means the chasers still need a miracle instead of a normal catch-up.
Groaning 25 and is still the damage control story in third, and that negative session means the rank is holding more on tournament cushion than on fresh intraday comfort.
Yash Pawar is still sitting in that pressure band, and with a small red day at 1:27 p.m. New York time, he needs one clean push before the clock starts boxing him in.
MMM is the real engine behind Javier Madali's separation, because that 12:25 p.m. New York time jump was large enough to widen the gap without depending on a single noisy scalp.
Lakan Gusali is still fighting that sixth-place repair job, and the session loss means every decision now has to protect rank before the close turns up the heat. BR25 and this still holding third, but Prophecy 007 is right behind in fourth. And that gap matters because the podium fight is now about who survives the late session squeeze.
Prof Power 07 looks narrower but cleaner on size, because 11,920 shares across one stock signals concentration, while BHV 125 AIN has spread risk across 6 names.
BUVB 25 and A's range is the bigger story, with a 32 peak and a minus 474 trough showing real swing, so third place is being defended through volatility, not comfort. Javier Madali keeps turning the leaderboard into a fortress, and that jump in his tournament total makes first place look even harder to pry open with only 2.5 hours left.
And there's the fuel again, because TQQ has kept feeding Chidambara Raja's session all afternoon, which lets him stay aggressive while the gap to first doesn't explode in his face.
Groaning, Javier Madali just got another serious lift from MMM, and that's the ugly part for everyone else. The leader is adding cushion without needing to swing at fresh risk.
BHUV25 and is still trying to stabilize third, but the live session loss means every decision now is really about protecting rank rather than chasing the podium gap.
Abhijit Kaktikar is still carrying a rough daily hole, and that puts his next trade in survival mode, because the board punishes hesitation more than bad luck now.
Javier Madali just slapped another huge MM boost on the board at 1:25 p.m. New York time, and that kind of lift makes first place look less like a lead and more like a locked vault.
Groaning Proof 25 and is still carrying the heaviest repair bill on the live board, and that red session means third place is defended by grit, not comfort.
Yash Pawar is still stuck in that narrow red band, and with only a couple hours left, one clean pop could separate survival from getting swallowed by the close.
Abhijit Kaktikar's daily hole is still the key risk flag, because a minus session this late forces every new trade to justify itself to the leaderboard.
Manish Kapoor is still staring up from the bottom spot, and with the afternoon shrinking fast, every valid trade has to buy him time instead of just burning it. Jayaveer Madali is stacking the fortress even higher, and that fresh MMM surge at 12:25 p.m. New York time turns first place into a much harder target for everyone behind him.
That SQQ tape is doing the heavy lifting for Chidambara Raja because another push at 1:30 p.m. New York time keeps the chase alive and keeps the pressure off his ranking.
Grown 25 and are still trying to clean up the damage. And that negative session means third place is holding by survival more than conviction right now.
Yash Pawar sits in that narrow pressure band, and with a small red day at 1:31 p.m. New York time, he needs one clean move before the leaderboard starts tightening around him.
Sighing, Lakan Ghasali is still fighting to stabilize 6th, and that lingering drawdown at 1:31 p.m. New York time keeps the margin for error brutally small into the close.
Jayaveer Madali just tagged another huge MM burst at 12:25 p.m. New York time, and that kind of acceleration makes first place look less like a lead and more like a locked vault.
And that same SQQ run gives Chidambara Raja breathing room because the last few minutes have turned his second place defense into a steady pressure valve instead of a scramble.
Grove 25 and is still carrying the most obvious repair job on the board, and the latest SQQ help at 12:22 p.m. New York time only trims the damage instead of clearing it.
Yash Pawar is still stuck in that thin red session band, so the real battle now is whether he can print one clean move before the clock squeezes every mistake harder.
Lakan Ghasali is still fighting to stabilize 6th, and with the daily hole hanging over him, the next valid trade has to slow the bleeding or the standings get uglier fast.
Jayaveer Madali is turning first place into a wall right now, and that huge tournament cushion means the chasers need more than momentum. They need a breakthrough.
And the latest SQQ push at 1:31 p.m. New York time adds another $345, which keeps the pressure on the field while Chidambara Raja stays comfortably in attack mode.
B2 V25's third place hold is still under strain because the negative session means every fresh decision has to defend rank before it can improve it.
Yash Pawar is still in that narrow red session band, so the next clean trade has to create breathing room instead of just delaying the squeeze.
Abhijit Kaktikar's minus 395 day keeps him in rescue mode, and at this stage the priority is surviving the clock with something valid, not chasing style points.
Jayaveer Madali just kept adding to the tournament lead at 1:34 p.m. New York time, and that matters because it turns first place into a fortress while everyone else is still chasing shadows.
Groaning, that burst at 1:25 p.m. New York time was not pocket change. It was a full-on separation move that explains why Jayaveer Madali can sit on top without sweating the next tick.
BHUV 25 N is still under pressure in third, and the latest SQQ repair at 1:34 p.m. New York time helps trim the damage, but it does not erase the earlier session hole.
Abhijit Kaktikar is still carrying a rough daily hole, so the next trade has to be a rescue mission at 1:34 p.m. New York time, not a style point.
Lakan Ghasali is still fighting from 6th, and with that negative session at 1:34 p.m. New York time, the priority is simple. Stop the bleed and defend the ranking lane. Jayaveer Madali just added another strong leg to the lead, and at 1:35 p.m. New York time, that kind of cushion makes first place look fenced off, not merely defended.
That TQQ and SQQ combo keeps Chidambara Raja in attack mode at 1:34 p.m. New York time, and the beautiful part is it pushes the chase without blowing up the runner-up slot.
Groaning Jayaveer Madali's pop at 1:25 p.m. New York time was a monster cushion builder, and that matters because the leader can now absorb noise while everyone else is still fighting for breathing room.
BHUVAC 25 Anand's daily hole is still visible, so the session stays about damage control. The leaderboard rank holds for now, but the margin for error is still thin.
Abhijit Kaktikar is still below water on the day, so every fresh decision now has to protect rank first and worry about style only after the math gets healthier.
Javier Madali is still building a wall at the top, and that jump to 23, 38K tournament P&L means first place is looking less like a lead and more like a locked vault.
That MMM burst at 12:25 p.m. New York time didn't just pad Javier Madali's day, it widened the gap enough that the whole field now has to trade like catch-up artists.
Yash Pawar's small red session is less about damage and more about urgency now, since a thin cushion can disappear fast when the afternoon gets this compressed.
Lakangursali still has the roughest repair job in 6th, so the mission now is simple: stop the slide, protect rank, and hope one clean push can change the mood before close.
Javier Madali is still the fortress at the top, and that 4-9K session at 1:37 p.m. New York time keeps the chaser staring at a wall instead of a door.
And look at the pattern there, because SQQ has been stacking wins almost every minute for Chidhambara Raja, which means he can press for more without blowing up the cushion.
POF 25 and is still the most fragile name on the board, and that negative daily shape means third place has to defend itself before the afternoon grind takes another bite.
Javier Madali's MM burst at 1:25 p.m. New York time added $1,796, and that kind of lift is exactly why the leaderboard gap still looks engineered, not accidental.
Groaning, updated Kaktikar is still carrying a rough daily hold, so the next move has to be rescue grade execution if he wants to keep the standings from tightening further.
Javier Madali just kept the top seat blazing, and that 1:38 p.m. New York time jump in total P&L means the rest of the field is still chasing a wall, not a wobble.
Chidhambara Raja is still the cleanest active chaser, and SQQ at 1:38 p.m. New York time keeps feeding that second place defense without forcing a reckless size explosion.
Yash Pawar is still in that narrow pressure band, and a small red day at 1:38 p.m. New York time keeps every fresh trade loaded with rank risk instead of comfort.
Lakangursali still has to defend 6th with care, because that late day drawdown at 1:38 p.m. New York time means one bad slip could make the final stretch brutal.
Javier Madali just turned MMN into a late session hammer, and that 1:25 p.m. New York time surge is why the top spot still looks like a fortress instead of a target.
About 25, and is still fighting through a red day, and with SQQ only trimming the damage, third place is holding on by discipline rather than comfort.
Yash Pawar is still in that narrow pressure band, and a small red session at 1:39 p.m. New York time means one clean push could change the whole tone before the close.
Abhijit Kaktikar's session is still underwater, so the negative read at 1:39 p.m. New York time keeps the focus on survival trades, not style points.
Manish Kapoor is still stuck at the bottom of the shape chart, and with the clock moving, every valid trade now has to prove it belongs on the board. Javier Madali just patted the throne again, and that bigger tournament cushion makes first place feel less like a lead and more like a locked vault.
That SQQ tape keeps paying Chidhambara Raja at a perfect pace, and with his live session holding up, the pressure stays squarely on the guys behind him.
Groaning Javier Madali's MMM burst at 1:25 p.m. New York time added $1,796, and that's the kind of ugly simple damage to the field that turns chasing him into a bad plan.
The HUV 25 Anna sits third on the board, but the minus 161 session means he is still defending rank, rather than pressing for an overtake, which keeps the margin fragile.
Abhijit Kaktikar's negative day keeps the repair job real, and with the clock running down, every decision now has to protect rank before it can help profit.
Javier Madali is still carrying first place with that 4,824.68 tournament mark at 1:42 p.m. ET, and the real edge is how much of it is still unrealized.
Javier Madali has the calmer profile, while Chidambara Raja is grinding harder with 11,000 shares and 2 stocks, which is exactly why second place still has to work for every inch.
Javier Madali's Cisco burst at 1:41 p.m. ET added fresh momentum to the top spot, and that matters because it widens the gap without forcing extra size. Javier Madali just added another clean pop to the tower, and with tournament net now over 23,000, first place looks less like a lead and more like a locked vault.
Rowing 25 and is still staring at a red session, and when a rank 3 trader sits negative intraday, every small slip starts looking like real leaderboard erosion.
Yash Power is still in that tiny red band, so the next valid push has to be about keeping his rank alive instead of letting the clock squeeze him into passive mode.
Abhijit Kaktikar's daily hole still matters, because a negative session this late means the margin for error is shrinking faster than the afternoon itself.
Manish Kapoor is still under the most tournament pressure near the bottom, and with the close closing in, he needs a valid trade that protects his spot more than it chases excitement. Javier 116 is still setting the pace at number 1, and that tournament cushion at 1:44 p.m. ET makes everyone else trade like they're chasing a moving wall.
Groaning. Javier 116 is doing it with low activity and 7 stocks traded, but Chida's 11,000 shares across 2 stocks says the runner-up is fighting much harder for every dollar.
Javier 116's top spot is being built on an unrealized heavy book at 1:44 p.m. ET, which means the lead is powerful but still living on market-to-market discipline.
Groaning. The SQQ tape is the engine behind Chida's run, and those repeated pushes around 1:18 to 1:42 p.m. ET explain why second place is still dangerous.
Javier Madali just added another clean pop to the tournament lead, and with first place already locked by cumulative P&L, this is pure fortress building at 1:44 p.m. New York time.
Groaning. Javier Madali's Cisco burst at 1:41 p.m. New York time is the sort of boring money that wins tournaments, because it widens the gap without asking for drama.
Piyush UV25 and remains under a small daily drag, so the SQQ repair helps the rank picture only if it keeps compounding instead of fading into a defensive pause.
Abhijit Kaktikar is still working off a losing day, so every new trade now has to be a rescue shot that protects his spot instead of chasing style points.
Javier Madali just converted another Cisco push into a stronger tournament cushion, and at 1:41 p.m. New York time, that kind of execution makes first place feel sealed, not chased.
Brony 5N is still carrying the ugliest daily print, and even with the SQQ repair earlier, that third place seat stays under pressure unless the next move adds more than just damage control.
Abhijit Kaktikar's session is still below water, so every decision now has to protect rank first and worry about anything flashy second.
Like Hangosali is still trying to stabilize 6th, and the negative session means the board is watching for preservation, not aggression, before the close tightens the screws.
Javier Medali just picked up another huge Sesco leg at 1:41 p.m. New York time, and that kind of late session acceleration keeps first place looking completely armored.
Bruce 25 and is still paying for that ugly session, and the only thing SQQ managed to do at 1:20 p.m. New York time was shave the damage instead of changing the story.
Yash Power's small red session is still the pressure point, because once the board gets this late, even a modest push can decide whether he keeps pace or gets boxed in.
Abhijit Koktekar is still running negative on the day, so the market is treating every new decision like a survival test rather than a momentum chase.
Manish Kapoor is still pinned at the bottom of the tournament shape, and with the final stretch shrinking, he needs valid action fast just to keep the door open. Javier Medali just added another layer to that tournament lead, and with 23, 3K to his name, the chasers are running out of clean ways to make this a real race.
Tried Hambara Raja is still the clear second place engine, and that SQQQ streak at 1:42 p.m. New York time keeps his session moving without forcing him into reckless chase behavior.
Yash Power's small red session is the kind of spot that invites pressure, because he is close enough to matter, but still needs a decisive move before the final stretch tightens.
Lacan Gasali is still fighting to defend 6, and that negative session keeps the margin thin enough that one bad decision could make the closing hours brutal. Javier Medali is still building a fortress at the top, and that 23 3K tournament total keeps the field chasing a lead that is widening instead of wobbling.
Chidambara Raja just got another lift from SQQ at 1:48 p.m. New York time, and that keeps second place under control while the chase pack still needs a big mistake from him.
Broad 25 and is still stuck with the roughest live print on the board, and that negative session means third place survives on damage control, not momentum.
Yash Pawar's small red session keeps him in the pressure band, so every clean decision now matters more for rank protection than for chasing a flashy breakout.
Heinrich Amgorsali still needs a real stabilization move, because 6th place with a heavy daily hole is about surviving the close, not pretending the damage is gone.
Javier Medali is still sitting on a fortress at the top, and his tournament total keeps the first place chase looking more like a climb up a locked elevator shaft.
Groaning Javier Medali just got another monster push from Cisco at 12:41 p.m. New York time, and that kind of padding makes it brutal for anyone hoping the leader cracks late.
The interesting part is how Chidambara Raja keeps stacking gains across the session, with SQQ and TQQ both feeding a second-place defense that looks deliberate, not accidental.
Abhijit Kaktekar's NFLX recovery is the kind of late-session rescue that can stop the bleeding, but it still needs follow-through if 5th place is going to feel safe. Javier Medali is still sitting on a fortress-level tournament lead, and that extra cushion keeps the field chasing shadow, not a visible opening, with only 2 hours left.
Groaning, Abhijit Kaktekar just clawed back more of the daily hole with NFLX at 1:50 p.m. New York time, and that repair matters because it turns damage control into something the leaderboard can actually tolerate.
MM just gave Javier Medali a huge extra burst at 1:25 p.m. New York time, and that matters because the leader is still finding fresh ways to widen the gap instead of coasting.
Yash Power is still trapped in that narrow pressure band, and the tiny red session means he needs one clean move fast, or the chase behind him starts feeling a lot louder.
Ikengursali's 6th-place recovery still looks like a containment job, because the session loss remains the bigger story than the rank itself, with the close approaching.
Javier Medali is still building from a monster tournament total, and with first place sitting over 23,000 to date, the chasers need a miracle, not a routine push.
Groaning, Abhijit Kaktikar just clawed back again with NFLX at 1:51 p.m. New York time, and that rebound matters because it trims the damage enough to keep the day from looking like a collapse.
Chidambara Raja's tape is interesting because SQQ has been stacking gains all afternoon, which keeps second place active without forcing him into a reckless expansion of risk.
Yash Pawar is still inside that thin pressure band, and with a small red session at 1:51 p.m. New York time, one clean burst matters more than a dozen cautious trades.
Javier 116 is defending first, while Copboard Man sits seventh, and that gap is the matchup in one frame, a $5,002.65 cushion versus a trader still fighting to stop the slide.
Javier 116 is doing it with almost no realized pressure, but Kaporman's negative realized print means he's carrying the kind of damage that keeps every late decision expensive.
Cap Orman has put 400 shares through one stock, and that concentrated profile tells you he's swinging harder for recovery, but the ranks still won't forgive wasted volume.
Javier 116 still has the luxury of an unrealized heavy book, so the headline risk is not damage control, it's whether that paper lead stays intact through the last stretch.
Javier Madley just reinforced the top spot again, and with that 23 5K tournament total at 1:53 p.m. New York time, the rest of the field is still chasing a fortress.
Groaning, Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX rebound at 1:52 p.m. New York time is real repair work because pulling that session out of the hole buys him breathing room in fifth.
Getuv 25 and is still under session pressure, and even after the earlier SQQ repair, that third place seat only stays alive if the next move adds more than damage control.
Yash Pawar is hanging right on the edge of that small green session, and at 1:53 p.m. New York time, he needs one clean push to keep the pressure from tightening into a late collapse. Javier Medali just added another jolt to a towering tournament lead, and with first place already locked on points, every fresh win makes the whole chase look more desperate.
Groaning, CS:GO and MMM have been doing the heavy lifting for Javier Medali, which is why the top spot looks less like luck and more like a constructed wall.
Chidambara Raja keeps second place alive with that SQQ grind, and the key is he's still converting volatility into cushion instead of chasing the top too early.
The SQQ tape has been consistently improving Chidambara Raja's session, and that steady lift is exactly what protects him from late board pressure as the clock runs down.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX recovery is the kind of rescue that keeps a bad afternoon from becoming a collapse, and it gives him something to defend into the finish.
Lakan Gusali is still under pressure in sixth, and with the session hole hanging around, every valid trade now has to buy time as much as P&L. Javier 116 is defending first with a huge tournament cushion, and at 1:56 p.m. ET, that kind of lead means the chasers are still hunting a fortress, not a soft spot.
Groaning, Javier 116's unrealized stack is still carrying the throne, but Chida's realized only profile says he's fighting with less cushion and more dependency on each clean fill.
Javier 116 session is still being powered by NVDA and Cisco, and the fresh gains there are doing more than adding points. They're protecting the top spot late in the afternoon.
Chida's realized P&L is doing the heavy lifting now, which matters because with no unrealized buffer left, every new move has to keep the chase alive in real time.
Javier Medali is still turning the whole board into a fortress, and that NVDA surge at 1:55 p.m. New York time keeps the gap wide enough to make every chaser feel late.
Chidambara Raja's SQQ run is doing exactly what a second place chaser wants this late, because the 1:48 p.m. New York time push keeps him insulated without having to swing wildly.
BHUV25 and as the one still under the most session pressure in third, and with no fresh rescue event here, that small red day keeps rank protection much more important than aggression.
Manish Kapoor is still stuck near the bottom line of the tournament shape, and with 2 hours left, every valid trade now has to defend the seed before it can ever defend the score.
Javier Medali is still building a wall at the top, and that 23 4K tournament total means the chasers need more than noise if they want a real crack at first.
Cronin Chidambara Raja is sitting second with breathing room, and that SQQ tape keeps him from getting reckless even after the afternoon ramp tried to shake him loose.
BEEF25 and is still the trader under the heaviest third place pressure, and that SOXL hit at 1:57 p.m. New York time just added more red to a session that already needs rescue work.
Abhijit Kaktikar deserves credit for stabilizing the NFLX damage, because 3 straight repairs turned a deep hole into something manageable before the final stretch.
Yash Pawar is still in that tense middle lane, and the SOXL slip at 1:57 p.m. New York time makes the leaderboard chase feel tighter, not looser.
Javier Medali is turning the final stretch into a fortress because the NVDA surge at 1:55 p.m. New York time keeps the top seed miles ahead of the field.
Chidambara Raja is still the clearest chaser, and that SQQ grind at 1:48 p.m. New York time keeps second place defended without forcing a desperate all-in.
BUV25 and is still carrying the uglier daily shape, and the SOXL hit at 1:57 p.m. New York time keeps third place under pressure instead of letting it stabilize.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX recovery is the sharpest rescue on the board, because those repeated lifts at 1:50 to 1:52 p.m. New York time trimmed damage fast and bought breathing room.
Yash Pawar is still stuck in a negative session band, and that SOXL drag from 1:57 p.m. New York time means he needs a clean reversal before the close tightens the vice.
Javier Medali is still sitting on a fortress at the top, and that tournament total keeps the field chasing a wall instead of a wobble.
NVDA just added another burst for Javier Medali at 1:55 p.m. New York time, and that matters because it turns first place into a layered defense, not a single stock sprint.
PO at 25 and is still under repair in third, and the SOXL hit at 1:57 p.m. New York time widens the gap between surviving the day and actually threatening the podium.
Abhijit Kaktikar got a real bounce from NFLX, and that matters because it trims the session damage enough to keep his ranking math from getting uglier before the close.
Yash Pawar is still in that red pressure band, and the SOXL damage at 1:57 p.m. New York time makes every minute feel tighter as he fights to avoid a late slide.
Javier Medali is still building a fortress at the top, and that late day cushion means the rest of the board has to chase perfection just to make the gap breathe.
Chidambara Raja is holding second, with SQQ still doing the job, and that kind of layered grind matters because it keeps him aggressive without letting the gap to first explode.
BHUV25 and is still absorbing pressure in third, and that SOXL slip from 1:57 p.m. New York time keeps the podium seat from feeling comfortable at all.
Yash Pawar remains under session pressure, and with his daily P&L still negative, the next trade has to protect rank rather than chase a flashy turnaround.
Javier Madali is still the fortress at the top, and that 23 4K tournament lead keeps the entire field chasing a door that barely looks open.
Chowfir Raja is using SQQ like a pressure valve, and the 1:48 p.m. New York time pop keeps second place defended while the chasers still hunt for a mistake.
Grown 25 and is the one still absorbing the hit because that SOXL slide at 2:01 p.m. New York time drags the day lower and keeps third place under real repair pressure.
Abhijit Kaktikar's NFLX work keeps clawing back damage, and the sequence from 1:49 to 1:52 p.m. New York time shows a trader trying to convert a rough session into a manageable finish.
Manish Kapoor is still sitting near the bottom of the tournament shape, so with no real cushion on the day, every fresh decision now has to justify staying alive on the board.
Javier Madali is still sitting on a monster tournament total, and those NVDA and Cisco bursts at 2:02 p.m. New York time keep the first place fortress looking extremely hard to breach.
Chidambara Raja is the only real chaser with room to breathe, and that CQQ strength at 1:48 p.m. New York time keeps second place protected without forcing a wild swing.
Abhijit Kaktikar just got a real lift from NFLX at 1:52 p.m. New York time, and that kind of repair work is exactly what keeps a rough session from turning into full leaderboard collapse.
Manish Kapoor is still the weakest overall shape on the board, so even a small live improvement would matter more for survival than for style points at this stage.
Javier Madali is still towering over this board, and that 23 3K tournament total means first place is protected by real distance, not just a lucky afternoon pop.
Groaning Chidambara Raja is still the cleanest chaser, and that SQQ push keeps second place respectable, while the gap to the leader stays too wide for a careless swing.
Yash Pawar is under session pressure, and that SOXL slide at 2:01 p.m. New York time tells you the day is still leaning against him rather than giving him breathing room.
Manish Kapoor is still stuck near the bottom on tournament shape, and with the clock burning down, he needs a valid push before this turns into pure survival mode. Javier Madali is turning the top spot into a fortress again, because that 23 3K tournament lead means every fresh win forces the field to chase a wall, not a crack.
Grantambara Raja is still the cleanest chase case in second, and that SQQ push at 1:48 p.m. New York time gives him breathing room without forcing a desperate size up.
Yash Pawar's SOXL drawdown at 2:01 p.m. New York time pushes him deeper into pressure territory, and with less than 2 hours left, this is now a rank protection problem.
Lakan Gusali is still in the danger lane, and that minus 581.9 session means the board wants proof of life fast before the close makes every mistake louder. Javier Madali is still towering over this board, and that 23 3K tournament cushion means the whole field is racing for second while he just protects the crown.
Groaning, Cisco just piled on more for Javier Madali at 2:02 p.m. New York time, and that extra lift matters because it keeps the lead from looking vulnerable to a late swipe.
BHUV25N's latest session is still underwater, so the small improvement in NFLX at 1:52 p.m. New York time only softens the damage instead of changing the pressure profile.
Abhijit Kaktikar is getting a real rescue bid from NFLX, and that matters because it trims the session hole without letting him relax on the leaderboard chase.
Javier Maddaley just added another big leg to the throne. And at 2:06 p.m. New York time, that MMM surge makes the first place gap look even harder to breach.
Chidambara Raja is still the cleanest chaser, but his SQQ work has to keep paying because second place only matters if he can stay clear of the daily chop.
Buf 25 and is still under pressure after that late session slide, and with rank 3 sitting on a minus 161 day at 2:06 p.m. New York time, every new decision is about damage control.
Yash Pawar's SOXL losses are the real tension signal here, because those two hits in quick succession mean fourth place is now defending against momentum, not just numbers.
Lakan Gorsal is still trying to stabilize sixth, and that small margin of survival means the close is less about glory now and more about avoiding a late standings trap.
BSUV 25 and it still holds third, but Kappa Warman and Lakan Ghasali are the real pressure points beneath him, and that rank gap matters with only 1 hour 52 minutes left in the session.
Beach UVA 25 and has the heavier workload at 9,800 shares across 6 stocks, while Kapoorman is far quieter at 400 shares in one name. So this is aggression versus restraint.
BHUV 25 and's peak to trial story says everything. The account briefly reached 32 before sliding to minus 474, and at 2:08 p.m. ET, that kind of swing keeps third place fragile.
Lakan Ghasali's realized damage is the biggest risk in the trio, so even if the tape cools off, that kind of deficit keeps every decision tied to ranking survival.
Manish Kapoor remains the deepest tournament risk at the bottom, and with only a short stretch left, every valid trade has to prove it belongs on the board. Javier 116's unrealized 4,785.03 at 2:10 p.m. ET tells you the lead is still live, and that low activity profile means he's defending with discipline instead of chasing noise.
Hov 25 and's negative total at 2:10 p.m. ET makes every fresh decision a repair job, and with 6 stocks already in play, he needs cleaner execution than range hunting.
Javier Maddali just got another huge NVDA lift at 2:10 p.m. New York time, and that kind of acceleration makes first place feel less like a lead and more like a locked vault.